actually remember I had to. They asked me to. They asked to scan my like underneath my feet for a reference when I was at Kojima Production. Like scanning your feet as well.
Snake, are you okay?
Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy thick, and the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards.
Hey, who are you? What are you doing in Bill's backyard?
You don't like girls?
What is going on?
You don't know who I am, but I know where you live.
What?
Can I borrow some gas?
Damn it, Dale!
Snake! You will die here, brother! What? It can't be! That's impossible! Don't fuck with me! I have the power of God and anime on my side!
You fool! You don't stand a chance! Don't you know there will be blood?
Oh, wait, I'm a cyborg. I can choose not to feel pain.
You do realize you're bleeding out, right?
It's just a flesh wound!
Such a crushing defeat. Get it, brother? Brother? Snake? Snake? Are you listening to me?
PAL code number 3 confirmed. PAL code entry complete. Detonation code activated.
No, why?
Ready for launch.
I deactivated it. Snake, you're the only one who doesn't know. What?
It's time!
Clinky. Give me a call or find me on them internets at www.
2, only on the Super NES.
The Earth, that's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard, every human being who ever...
I wanted to try the food. Here, the food's amazing. So, fire ramen in Kyoto yesterday. Yeah. No, they set it on fire.
Okay. Hello, and welcome to a very strange, unplanned, improvisational Metal Gear Monday Super Bunny Hop Super Sad Poverty stream. My name is George, and I am beginning a new week this week by rewatching Twin Peaks Season 1 in the Super Bunny Hop Super Patreon Discord server. I read the novel, the Secret Diary of Laura Palmer, and this has given me a great curiosity to re-watch the first season. Some situations have been recontextualized. Some victims and their victim complexes might be a little more complicated. Some secondary side characters might be a little more important. More importantly, I spent half the day doing matters that have exhausted me, that are only indirectly related to the work I want to be doing right now for this chunk of my life. And those matters that I've taken care of, I can't talk very, very clearly about until some legal strategy fiasco works itself out further. But until then, I didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to plan this Metal Gear Monday, and I'm not also going through any one of the big long campaigns in specific right now. So, Delicious Colors, you got it. I hear Ground Zero noises, I hear coughing. Good to be here for Metal Gear Monday. Delicious Colors, I decided a while ago that I should probably just take fan requests. So I don't know how much I'm going to be committing to Ground Zeroes here. I absolutely do know that I am in the mood for a 3 to 4 hour long Metal Gear experience tonight. I did not pick one ahead of time. I am picking this purely as a debut by singular demand. By sheer virtue of speed, diligence, and planning. Okay, by sheer virtue of dedication, Delicious Colors, you have won the fan request lottery and got your pick, and I have no conflicts with this choice whatsoever, because it'll be nice and bite-sized, but still meaty with a lot of bullshit to chew on. I think by that I mean a complicated and satisfying gameplay system that will be fun to play. I will be monitoring my CPU temperatures over the course of gameplay. I'm going to warn you guys ahead of time that my PC has also been somewhat on the fritz this week. And also, I am about to have a pretty expensive next 2 weeks. I hate to sound like a broken record over matters of money, but if anyone here has some particularly lightweight pockets at the moment, your donations will be appreciated, as would anyone who would like to hang out and have a parasocial relationship on the Patreon Discord server. I will say it again. I'm going to be watching Twin Peaks for every freaking day this week. I'm going to be in the Super Bunny Hop Discord streaming Twin Peaks and talking about it as I'm watching it, because I will be doing that in the background of some very robotic, repetitive video essay work that that is a lot easier to do when there's a music or podcast or show or something playing in the background. But yeah, I have one question for people who might know this game better than me, and that is, why can't I Alt-Tab? I would like to be able to keep an eye on the Twitch chat as I'm playing, and Alt-Tab every now and then, and tackle some Q&As, some question and answers. But Ground Zeroes in its full screen mode is not letting me Alt-Tab. I think I can bring up Twitch chat on my mobile phone and fill in the gap just fine nonetheless with that. But if I get a donation message in the middle of a very, very serious, dramatic Ground Zeroes narrative experience storytelling moment, I might not be able to Alt-Tab and check it out real quick. I might have to, like, press the Windows button and hit the show desktop shortcut in the lower right of the taskbar. I'll get chat open on my mobile, but until then, I'm gonna be aiming for a weird confluence between immersion and performance art. I'm gonna set it to full screen mode for extra frames. Looks like temperature is fine. I reapplied thermal paste over the weekend, and that gave me a slight heart attack. Oh, fun fact! It's Alt-Tabbing better in regular full screen mode rather than borderless full screen mode. Okay, let me back out to main menu logo. OBS is still capturing. Good. I am able to Alt-Tab. Good. Yeah, that's the weirdest thing. One of those games that hates being Alt-Tabbed unless it's in windowed mode. It's better in borderless. No, I'm arguing with you guys right now. I will show you right in front of my face. Look at the reflection in my graphics. In full screen mode, when I Alt-Tab at 1080p, my monitor's native resolution, my monitor from 15 years ago, I get a brief pause, but and a black, but it's very, very short. Just a couple seconds. Now, I'm going to set this game to borderless full screen and just show you guys before your very eyes. There's some weirdness going on here. I'm pressing Alt-Tab. Nothing's happening. It's not Alt-Tabbing. It is refusing to Alt-Tab. But in dedicated full screen mode, it does Alt-Tab. It's slightly less clean than an ideal borderless window Alt-Tab, but it's still Alt-Tabbing. Maybe the refresh rate will make this thing a little easier. frame rate, 30, no. No refresh rate setting. Vertical sync enabled. I get a slow alt tab. With vertical sync disabled, maybe I'll get a faster alt tab. It's just... Nah, still same slow alt tab. Okay, well, vertical sync should be enabled anyway, so that I don't have such a high frame rate that I risk tearing. This game and Metal Gear Solid 5 are infamous, no, they're regular famous. They're famous for being ridiculously well optimized. Brightness so only left image is visible when viewed. We have to lower that all the way down. Let's bump all of these up just one notch. I played this primarily on the PlayStation 4, and my saves are not going to transfer over, so we're going to be starting from a fresh save. I think I should keep that to wherever it was years ago for muscle memory. And, oh, bump that. Oh, baby, let's go! Extra high all the way! I know I was mentioning earlier concerns about my PC overheating and crashing, but with the game as famously well optimized as this one, I think we can get away with bumping things up a notch. Did I turn reflex mode off? Clear a mission without entering reflex mode once to earn a score bonus. Nope, we're just going to play on the hardest mode, and we're going to try our absolute darndest. No, come on, guys. I already played this game like 4 times on another console. Are you serious? I have to unlock I have to play through boring mode first, before I can unlock hard mode. Okay, well in this case, is there some way I can make normal mode a little more interesting? Maybe I should just go ahead and turn off reflex mode in the, it's been so long, maybe it'll be a little difficult. I'll have to reload the controls again. PS4 save means no snatcher mission. I might be able to get to it tonight. Not sure if it was in this too. It's in Rising to unlock all the difficulties. No trank, no reflexes, CQC only. Is it possible to pay the Patreon subscription using PayPal or a Zenly card? I think you can use PayPal. I don't think there's any issues with that. This game does not feel a decade old. Get ready for a lot of that. This is going to be the newest Metal Gear Solid I've played on the stream so far. 2014, I believe, or is it 2015? I think this is a 2014 baby. It's 10 years old. And video gaming, fidelity, control scheme, level of interactions with bad guys really kind of sort of peaked a few years before this. I remember in 2014 already feeling the squeeze at how the level of complexity and simulated believability and coherency was really starting to plateau around these years. So we have to rescue Mother Base member Chico and high-value target Paz from U.S. Navy prison facility and escape the mission area by chopper. There's already a lot of baggage being tossed around here from games I do not particularly care that much about. But it is still a very fun game, and I think I recall this being... Oh, I should turn the lights off. The real last time it felt like a Metal Gear Solid mission had a cinematic beginning, middle, and end with the music ramping up as you... Oh. Okay, this line right here is where I think it all goes stupid. Before then, I'm able to at least follow the plot, but, renaming Major Zero to just plain old Zero and realigning his character to Cypher is really quite a hard slap of tonal whiplash. Wait, but he's part of the CIA with no military of his own? No, go back. I want to go back to that, story synopsis. Can I go back? I cannot go back. Let's go. Yeah, it really is just the lore that we have beef with. Because, oh my god, look at how good this already looks right off the bat. If Hideo Kojima wanted to make an action game about prisoners getting abused at Guantanamo Bay, I'm guessing that Konami was not allowing him to, unless it also includes a whole bunch of fictional baggage from the Metal Gear Solid games about good guys from 3 games ago turning into bad guys in this game. This looks ridiculously good. Maybe because I've just been playing retro games for a year. This is like... I feel like a medieval peasant who's like been gifted an HDMI with all... an HD television with all the proper hookups and everything. Look at how aggressive the depth of field is all of a sudden, how much shakier the camera is than what I'm used to. You can... the reflections in people's glasses are now like actual relevant details the camera's focusing on.
Told us everything.
I think that this cutscene is also all a one-shot.
Don't worry.
Jesus Louises, this looks good.
She didn't suffer long.
The lens flare and depth of field are so excessive. There was... yeah, he has broken the limiters off of all of these things. And there's just, like, weird things that are not gonna make sense and look strange and will not actually get explained to make sense and not be as strange unless you know what's going on from the previous games. Like this Walkman thing, why...
You're a real man now, soldier.
I can't get over how good this looks. Like, the fact that the background is all blurred out is tricking my subconscious into thinking that there's ridiculously detailed photorealistic, accurate details in the blurred out background, even though I know they're not there. It's the tricks. The sound design is also ridiculously more complicated. We're jumping up 2 generations ahead in console technology in that leap from what I'm used to. I've been out of the loop for a year. I'm going through withdrawals, and taking another hit of this after such a long time is all the tiny little white dots of the water on their wet, nasty uniforms. Tiny little streaks of white pixels here that would have just gotten lost in the lower resolution screen output of an SD game are actually being shoved in your face in a very aggressive, thematic, appropriate way.
That Paz was still alive.
She survived.
She was rescued by a Belizean fisherman who found her drifting in the Caribbean.
So what's the plan? Silence her before we're compromised?
No. I've got something else in mind. Our friends at Cypher suspect Paz could be a double agent. She's being held for interrogation at a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
The camera is in one of the Jeeps. That super cool stuff that I was so impressed of. Look at the lens. I can hit the R trigger and the lens flare is like interactable in a fun way when I'm doing it.
The UN's nuclear.
So there's like even still something to do while the cutscene is playing.
We're an army without a nation.
Word of our capabilities.
Kojima cutscenes are on such a different level.
having an American private intelligence.
Okay, so what's the camera looking at as we're going through?
Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us.
I think it's giving you a preview of some of the things you'll have to worry about when you start playing. Troop positions, big open areas with no cover, and that helicopter is something the camera keeps looking at. It's like a gameplay preview for the level we're going to be sneaking through. And it's all one shot. It's like aggressively artistic cinematography that also serves a gameplay purpose. And it's all choreographed to the length of a fun pop song from the 60s. So what is this supposed to be?
Trojan horse is in.
Is that like a laser-powered paint stripper? Did they ever explain that? How did it not burn the helicopter? The metal on the helicopter?
This pirate crackdown's a go.
Oh yeah, fun pop song in quotes. Game is telling you where you're gonna go to find paths without you realizing it. Yeah, okay, Jesus. I can't believe how impressed I am by this opening cutscene. I do remember Ground Zeroes feeling like the last time the series had very, very competent, brilliant narrative direction, and yeah, it's, with the 10 years of retrospect, even more clear what we have lost. Okay, Ludwig Forssell, I think that's the new composer, and I do believe he did a better job for Ground Zeroes than MGS5. Not exactly a fair comparison because it's so much more of a smaller, bite-sized experience. But the other thing is that the soundtrack, this is like the last time I remember caring about and enjoying the music in Metal Gear game too.
Find them both. Bring them back alive. Enter the compound from the south cliff. Secure Chico and Paz, then report back from the rendezvous point.
And we still have not even cut yet. Oh, these are collectibles! The first time you see that, it's completely wacky. The second time you see that, there's still no reason they should be so dramatic about it, but you at least know that those are the silly collectibles scattered across the island that you can pick up if you want, but don't have to. The graphics of mid-2000s games are now capable of extreme close-ups on inanimate objects that don't look silly. The texture resolution on that patch was very high. It was even animated slightly. It bended like a potato slice.
The only catch is you go in solo. The politically sensitive...
Ah, the music!
...is not an option.
Fuck yeah!
I like some alone time now and then.
Oh, this is giving me such good Metal Gear Solid 2 Tanker homage vibes. As a prologue chapter for a bigger game, it still is getting me hyped. This is still getting me hyped for an upcoming game that came out over almost a decade ago at this point. Yeah, this is damn good video game cutscene.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
And there's also this dig at Splinter Cell he's gonna do in a minute.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Beard's looking a little behind the times, but other than that, the image I was looking at just then might as well be a modern-day cutting-edge 2025 image. The graphics have plateaued. It's probably time to stop repeating that point, but as a millennial gamer whose earliest memories are in the 80s and the 90s, it just sticks with you for your whole life. You grow up assuming that computer graphic imagery will get fancier and fancier as you grow older, and that did stop. In the 20-teens, that stopped happening.
Chico and Paz are being held in an old, unused part of the compound. Get inside and head northeast.
Stellar sound direction. Pressing the B button made him do that.
Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area.
Oh yeah, binocular button is very useful too. This is such a good solution to the problem of like bringing up the big menu and digging through it until you find the binoculars that you gotta dig out your backpack. They're always useful, might as well put them on the RB. Oh yeah, this is the first person view button in the previous games is now just the binoculars button. The kinda sorta thing you're doing in the first person mode of the previous games anyway. Aiming and shooting are now streamlined on another button. The codec calls are LB.
Your binoculars are equipped with a directional microphone. You should be able to listen in on whatever they're pointed at.
Unfortunately, though, that means that the codec calls are now very lame. And it's technically possible
Who are they with?
to play
It's me, man. Green Berets, SEALs.
Those
like
ain't
an
no jarhead
FPS.
birds, I can tell you that. Some paramilitary setup?
Some of the guys are saying, you know what? Best we just drop this, right?
Sure.
Okay, so with regards to the lore, we know that there's some very evil secret missions going on at Guantanamo Bay, as is American tradition. Trojan horse operation. They're using their own choppers to basically rub it in MS's faces that they got born. They don't want the CIA logos on those choppers. Guards that are posted with the highest elevation, let's mark those first, and we will soon get an eyeful of the mechanical devolution of Metal Gear Solid's stealth system once we get close to one of these guards. Is everyone can be seen from this vantage point seen? Jesus, the depth of field. After playing so much Metal Gear Solid 3, I feel like a rat who's been living in the sewers his whole life just finally got thrown into the field, and now I don't know where to go first. I remember Ground Zeroes. You go to this tower at your 12 o'clock first. There is no camo index, not an easy way to tell just how hidden I really am. Wall presses are automated. Let's go different way. Yeah, so I'm not there. I'll assume that the guard's cone of vision is pointed to his right.
On the pause screen.
So with no radar, it's a lot more finicky to know what their line of sight and cone of vision really is. With no camo index, it's a little hard to tell
To climb an obstacle, press the action button.
how much risk I am. Oh, turn that fucking flashlight off. How do I...
Head for the old prison. You'll find the targets there.
X? E? Turn your fucking... Dude. Control... This... And flashlight is in menu. Ah! It's right on the D-pad. Okay. Now, there was also...
You can use your iDroid to check all sorts of
mode
operational
somewhere.
data. The map,
Yeah, this
objectives,
thing.
the target's locations. It'll help a lot if you let it.
Is there a way to tippy-toe? Can I tippy-toe? I don't want to press that shoot button unnecessarily. So that's the FPS button. This is precise. I'm gonna assume no tippy-toe is in this game. Oh, that movement feels good. When he slows down, And there's a little bit of a lurch with every little footstep you're making. It's gonna be ridiculously easier to squeeze Snake into just the little...
There's a guard up there. If you're going to eliminate
No, actually.
use a gun.
Okay, okay, you can shut up now, dude, actually. I'm starting to get tired of it. Get this guy tagged and then move on. Did I get him? What did I just do? Did some kind of strange scan. I guess the objective is the orange circle. Aha! Oh no, that's a vehicle? I guess the guy I spotted earlier is now in the vehicle. That depth of field is so intense. And the animations don't look picture perfect quite yet in 2014. You tippy-toe by gently pushing the stick or hold control if you're on a keyboard. Let's try it. You tippy-toe by gently pushing the stick. Gently pushing the stick. Oh, get down, get down. Oh, the guard's vision radius is big enough for me to be safely experimenting with that like I wanted, but now I can. Okay, let's get in first-person mode, and playing MGSV with no trank and no silencers makes it amazing from a gameplay. Essentially turning missions into OSP and forcing yourself without just headshotting everything. I really enjoyed those OSP missions in the later game. That was one of my favorite parts of Metal Gear Solid 5. All the other, like, as disappointing as it is that the second half of the game is replaying the same missions, boy oh boy is it fun to replay those missions with those special rules. Let's go a little quieter. Give it a half tilt on my way up here to put this guy asleep. We're not going to use the tranquilizer. Do I even have a tranquilizer? I do. Woo silent pistol. Chambering each round manually rendered. Neat. What a nice menu system. Did I get down? I should go up now before the guards come out. Also, I'm using the lens flare to gauge whether or not it's safe to clear the fence line. Yeah, there we go. Now his searchlight's pointed somewhere away. So, as annoying as that lens flare can be in cutscenes, it actually does serve a gameplay purpose. And I skimmed over it, but one of my first disappointing moments when I first played this game years ago was how they no longer had the budget to do individually recorded voice lines for the guard interrogation.
Those tranquilizer rounds are only good for putting your target to sleep. They won't help you break anything.
Look at him extend his hand to press against the fence. Snake, you made an unnecessary noise, but this... Now, can I do, like, single fire mode? Make sure I don't waste any ammos. I don't know if there is a single fire mode, but... Good. All I had to do is be a little quiet with the trigger finger. Yeah, that lens flare's standing in for... Oops, wrong button! That lens flare is standing in for some radar purposes. It's easy to put a basic shape in your peripheral vision and then know whether or not your thumb can make a move if the shape is not fully visible in your peripheral. Now, someone mentioned tippy-toe peeking, and this is a case where I actually want to do it. So, if I want to shoot this spotlight that the guard's using and not be spotted while I'm doing it, let's press against the wall here with some left stick movement. Get as much of it in camera view. Where is it? Wait for him to turn around. This is gonna do something. This is gonna do some kind of alarm.
CP, this is Zulu 4. Just got shot out of nowhere.
No, you didn't. Okay. Damn, they knew it was a gunshot.
All units on alert. The enemy's hiding somewhere.
That might not have actually made this any easier on me. Also, isn't that permanent? Just trying to make things more interesting.
The targets are in the old prison.
Below my point of visibility. Cool. That was quick.
This is CP. Understood. All fire teams, return to your posts. Out.
Hey! I just pressed the one logical button on the controller that seems like the button that would work, and it just worked! Oh, what a game. They really figured it out with this Metal Gear game. Alright, what other lights do we have? Oh, there's a guy I have not tagged yet. It's so much easier than using the radar, but making sure that every one of the important guys up there was tagged felt like a fun little mini-game almost. Let's not cross out of the fence line just yet. I think there's still some more naturalistic territory around the perimeter that I can vantage point of. That guy's pointed too close at me.
Now head east to the old prison area. You can bring up the target's location on your iDroid.
This guy's not much of a threat with him being by himself, however, in like some kind of caution mode since he's not up in his guard tower. He's searching everywhere with a flashlight. I think I can slip behind him, go inside one of these buildings. So I think it's X.
I've sent VIs of the targets to your iDroid. Take a good look. Contact me if you need advice. That rain just won't let up. It'll help you stay out of sight, but watch you don't get hypothermia.
Did he hear me? phenomenal. Sound designer in these games should have their names known. They should have no concerns about job security. Sound designer on this game is somehow able to make the noise of Snake's elbows hitting wet pavement not only audible, but also not weird. Sounds like something that none of us have any idea should sound like. Can I run this? Could I crawl this? I think I could crawl this. Pointed away? He's pointed away now. Oh! Sorry, guy.
You should move the bodies of enemies somewhere out of sight.
Throw it. I remember being able to throw this thing.
Eyes open, boss.
Magazine. Is there a better place for these bodies? Throw bodies with RT. Yeah, that's what my muscle memory was telling me, but it wasn't happening. Maybe it's a Metal Gear Solid 5 feature and not a Ground Zeroes feature. Oh, nope, never mind. That totally... It's a Ground Zeroes feature. I might just not have been pressing it hard enough. Oh, we have a blood stain on the ground back there. Okay, new plan. This guy who wakes up, he should wake up alone. He should not wake up near his friends. What was that? Like 45 seconds? Oh my gosh. Even 45 seconds. Is there an interior here? Here, this is far away enough from that puddle that he woke up in earlier. I also appreciate that the security at Guantanamo Bay is so light that here at the inner ring of their defenses, you can just press the hop fence button and it's fine.
You're way too exposed there. Find
Give me a
some cover
minute.
and stick to it.
Oh yeah, I remember being real scared using the curb barricade here as my only reliable cover. Oh, good. Now, what did I mess up? The climb button. Climb button, there it is. I am remembering, this is surprisingly easy considering how the layout, if this was a Metal Gear Solid 3 level, you'd be screwed because of all the open air. Oh, I'm gonna check CPU temperatures. I just saw a frame hitch for a second. Oh, it's in the mid-60s. We're good. I reapplied thermal paste, and we are good. What's the actual pause button? I'm gonna run to the bathroom to pee. I'm gonna check on Twitch chat while I am peeing. Hello. We were just talking about Twitch chat was talking about being surprised that there wasn't more backlash that the villainry in this game are US soldiers. And I believe that by this point in pop culture history, especially the pop culture that inspires Metal Gear Solid, pop fiction tends to... Hang on a second. They tend to go pretty easy mode on US military villains, as if they are breaking the rules and the values of the system. Watching The Rock, the 1996 movie The Rock, seems pretty clear with regards to what kind of tonal justification or sense of morality the Metal Gear Solid games have for it.
Take a good look at the enemy through your binoculars, and you can mark him. Marked enemies can be sensed when nearby, even if there's a wall between you and them. But it only works if you stop and take the time to focus your attention. This helps you maintain situational awareness. Try it.
So, in the movies that inspired Metal Gear Solid, like The Rock, and in Metal Gear Solid 1, the villain are US military units going rogue. And I do not think that was particularly controversial in the 90s. And then 9/11 happened, and US patriotism jumps way up. And having villains who are in the US military is a faux pas for a while. But then the Iraq War happens, and the Abu Ghraib prison scandal happens. And having some elements of the US military be the bad guy starts to become popular again. However, Metal Gear Solid gradually starts getting to a place where, like, no, there is a real institutional rot in the military-industrial complex who are going to be the villains from here on out. And it's less that there's some bad guys in the military-industrial complex in the American military in Metal Gear Solid, so much as it is that there are some good guys in an otherwise evil institution as the series goes on. Big Boss has a friend or two here and there in the US military, but otherwise the entire military-industrial complex is depicted as an absolutely evil pain in his ass. Whereas Solid Snake has, like, a lot of friends in high places, and the villain is...
Open the menu tab.
Come on, tell us about animals.
There you can view target's photos.
Tell us about animals. because the good guys in Metal Gear Solid 3 become the bad guys in Metal Gear Solid 4. They're Cypher now. Do I have EMP grenades? I thought I saw something like that. No, it's a flare grenade used for sending signal to helicopter. Magazine might come useful here. Other than that, I still foresee me tranquilizing everyone in the face and having a pretty easy time regardless. Let's take a different route. I think this guard might wake up again soon. Maybe I should shoot him with the tranquilizer pistol. I have 23 of these. I think I actually have 25. Can I make a running jump across these two rooftops? Yeah, awesome. I was not pressing the right buttons, but intuition and muscle memory had me accidentally press a button that completed the input, and the game's movement system is so elegantly over-designed that it doesn't even matter what buttons I'm pressing. Now, this camera... I'm hearing a camera. I'm worried there might be another one close by. Where was my crawly hole he was talking about earlier? Oh! This is an entry point that I missed. 20-year-old game. Don't you love how stealth games, like, just keep on giving after decades?
Back when we met. Enemies on opposing sides in South America. But when I tried to take myself out with a grenade, you stopped me. I never realized until I met you. There's no such thing as an absolute enemy. Our enemies are always relative.
One enemy that is absolute is the love of money. I think... backtracking. Yeah. This is a stealthier way inside, and the not very stealthy way inside was good enough. This is why I wanted to play on hard mode. The different routes matter. I just discovered an alternate route, but it does not even matter since there is not a whole lot incentivizing me to taking it. I'm trying to find some... navigational purpose for this area with the power transformers. Can I jump through the barbed wire? I think this area is just here because of that, crawl space. Can Snake slither through this tiny little gap? Oh, wait, never mind. There's a lockpick button that might as well be an open door button. It takes you as long to pick the lock as it does to put in a key, jiggle it around, and open the lock. So this guy, I believe, if this was real life, he would hear every single one of these steps ridiculously easy, but this is a video game. That did not look as elegant as I had hoped. This sucks. There we go, that's better. Oh hey, I can hide in here and wait until he gets close to his buddy and maybe see them out together. Aha, there's the other camera I was hearing but not seeing. Also, the way leaning works feels a little different, a little more dangerous. Tag him, please tag him. Okay, I'll do it with the binoculars. There we go. Now, when is going to be a good opportunity to hide this guy? Okay, now's my opportunity. I can really keep my eyes focused on the point of threat here. The challenge and little puzzles you would play for visibility are not happening, but in response you just get like good visibility on small individual threats one at a time this way. If this was Metal Gear Solid 3, I'd be able to swoop the camera 10 feet up in the air and there'd probably be more of a Pac-Man maze-like layout to the guards. The walkways to the guards' behavior. Here, I'm playing, if I were to look at this from a top-down geographic map, I'd be playing Connect the Dots and just taking a break every few dots. Yeah, I was worried earlier about some guards I was knocking out getting, waking up and calling in an alert. But that's not happening. I feel like it should by now. Aren't I due for some unconscious guard to wake up and get suspicious? Come on, move. Move, please. Can I get partially spotted, lure him down? Oh, if I shoot the cameras, I think someone will come investigating, so that's not a get out of jail free card either. Here. Does he see me? Does he see me? You know what? For security. There we go. Ah, now he's moving. Oh, I gotta get down. I should also use the rifle for the tranquilizer as he gets closer. Why is he coming to me? Oh, did you see Snake turn around? I think now is my opportunity.
Every last one.
What's the light? I'm gonna cast a shadow. I think so. I think the shadow calculations are deliberately incorrect to prevent it from casting your shadow into the guard's line of sight. Based on the placement of this light, I think shadows should be casted to our right here, not directly downward. That's cute. Anyways. Metal Gear Solid 2 that you gotta worry about casting a shadow that guards might see. What's going on here? Using the shoulders of the camera to peek around edges and spot guards has always felt kind of like a cop-out to me. This is where game design has evolved to, but it still feels like I'm using the camera for some kind of cheating purpose it was not originally intended for, even though this camera system is clearly designed for that kind of functionality. I just cleared that corner without scanning it ahead of time. It's hard to tell. I'm really looking forward to bumping up the difficulty on this one. I'm being way slower and more methodical than I need to be. Aren't there some guys in here that I'm being worried about? I remember guys in here. Okay, get ready for good music. Also, let me update chat before the good music starts, because once the good music starts, I think I'm going to go for immersion and shut up for a while. I really wish we could at least have a fun conversation about these animals.
You should try listening in on those soldiers. Even casual chatter could reveal something in a place like this.
Oh, by the way, if anyone in Twitch chat has ever been involved with the U.S. military-industrial complex and earned their paycheck that way, and been and visited the actual Guantanamo Bay facilities, feel free to share your stories. Damnedest thing, but there actually is someone through some extended family connection somewhere who I can say I have known who's in that position. Now, there should be guys, like, around one of these corners. I remember guys. How... Oh, I know a way. I can throw a magazine at the wall. That'll be nice to check. Nice way to scan for guys. Get unlimited magazines, though. No interesting decisions to think through when tossing them around willy-nilly. Sutherland's on amusement. Another thing, Kiefer Sutherland's voice acting is already less fun. I'm not going to say superior or inferior. I don't like those... Oh, camera button, I forgot. Oh, yeah, that's what I've been looking for. You hold it down, and that gives you a peek. Look at how good that looks! Seriously, like, the texture resolution and the poly count on the screen are nothing to sneeze at, but, like, the composition of the shot, the way it's using depth of field, and the shader effects of the reflectiveness on the wall are all ridiculously impressive. Well, I'm not going that way just yet because of the camera. I'll save it for later. I hear a guard sneezing around a corridor. Maybe in order to solve grievances I have with the camera system, I just need to hold down the right trigger more. This is a good struggle for visibility. There we go. Haha. Okay, that feels kind of cool. Hide and seek as a kid. Gotta get a good look at them from...
It may contain classified information. I'll mark the location he mentioned. Go find it if you can.
The map has been updated.
If I get a good look at them from an extreme close-up, then I'm allowed to, if you get a good look at an individual threat with an extreme close-up, you're then allowed to zoom out and move around with more freedom afterwards. But there's such a wonderful rhythm. For the first 30 seconds, you're, like, slowly, carefully approaching an individual guard to get that tag on him. And then you breathe and relax! Where did that guy come from? I missed him. I thought there were only 2, but there were 3. Anyways, Paz is right here, right? And the tape... How do I map? This is how I map. Where was the tape I was supposed to get? I think I missed a conversation.
This is the transmission we intercepted. Chico's call for help.
Classics here too. We're at the precinct area on the coast. There's some cages to the east of a big building. East an old grassy facility. That's where we are. Help me, Snake.
Their lives are in your hands. Get Chico and Paz out of there.
Trash up top. That's the guy making the noise. They make noise, so you use your body's physiological senses to spot them. I feel like the rules are also somewhat more lenient. For some reason, I feel like if I was playing Metal Gear Solid 3, they'd be able to spot me through the gaps near the ground of these boilers. I can use a magazine to manipulate him pretty easily. Not risk getting spotted by his peripheral vision on my way out from the boiler.
Contact with the target yet. Wait until the area is clear of enemies.
Not exactly sure what happened there, but...
Okay, now's your chance to contact the target.
But I'll make it work. Okay, get ready for good music and immersion. I'm gonna shut up for a few minutes, because this is good. Ground Zeroes is good. Ground Zeroes is actually good because of what starts happening here. Did you notice there was no cut from the gameplay camera? This technology could be utilized for such a cooler story. The story is like right at the verge of being very, very cool too. Oh my god, that's good. Oh, jeez. God, I love that music. By itself, the music would be nothing, but like combined with the pacing of the experience, the imagery of the screen is a sum total in its part.
Mission info has been
Also,
RV on your map.
uh-oh.
You need to carry past there.
Uh-oh.
The map has been updated.
Okay, now we have performance again. Question for the Twitch chat. Did you see the performance spike or no? So, the music gets, emotion... Uh-oh.
See that costume party those guys saluted to? Yeah, trench coat and a 10-gallon hat. And to top it off, that piece he's carrying is a sawed-off old lever head. See he's just either way, he didn't look like no soldier to me.
And his bodyguards are all special forces ball-breaking heavy operators. Just thought I saw that. I was reading the comic book.
I don't have nightmares about that shit.
Shush! So, the music ramps up and gets, swells with intensity right around the time you realize as a player, like, oh shit, I have to go all the way back outside and cover some extra further distance than before with the hostage on my back, limiting my movement, making me so much slower and easier to spot the whole way through. It's not playing right now, but a very damn good progressive gameplay music track is gonna start coming up. I think I might go for speed here, shoot the camera, and try to rush up the stairs before they come investigating.
All fire teams, this is CP. We lost the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check it out.
hiding spot. When you... There's a guy. Oh, cool, listen to that. That came on just as I, like, spotted the guy, said to myself, there's a guy, and then, like, dashed over to cover. Like, the music system is even weirdly in tune with the absolute tiniest beats of gameplay. That right stick camera... That right stick camera looks very clean, too. Fulfills both aesthetic and gameplay purposes beautifully. Uh-oh.
Get your hands off me! Let him go! Fire!
No! Dive through the door, you goober! We're not going this way. We can't go this way. There's another guy. Okay, so Twitch viewers saw the frame drop when the game spawned a bunch of guys and a tank. Guys, I'm very worried about the health of my hard drive. What would that be? CPU or hard drive? That was not that was not normal. That was an absolutely abnormal performance spike. And it's when the game spawned in new bad guys and a new tank. Is that CPU or hard drive? Could be both. Damn. Either way, that stuff scares the ever-loving shit out of me right now. I mean, I'm talking like full-on hyperventilating.
Lost visual contact. Heading to last known position. Over. This is CP. Understood. Investigate the area, but stay alert. Out.
A donation message. Next time you kill someone, say welcome to freedom. What was that? Bitch. Okay. Okay, welcome to freedom, bitch. You got it, Pineapple Queso. Hard-earned money. Well spent.
This is CP. Understood. They can't have gotten far. Stay alert. Out. All fire teams, this is CP. We're off the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check.
Are your drivers up to date? I don't know, and at this point I am afraid to try reinstalling them. Windows 10 tries to install bad drivers. It tries to install a bad audio driver that only sends sound out of the right channel. It's an extremely old PC that shouldn't have Windows 10 on it in the first place. Some of those gunshots didn't even come through.
We lost the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check it out.
CP, this is Delta 1. We've got unidentified gunfire. Location unknown. Over.
This is CP. Understood. Locate threat immediately and eliminate...
Also, there's an extremely subtle camera shake when I move around. I don't think that would have been possible on a low-resolution screen. It would have looked bad. Also, these Marines did not bother covering all entrances and exits of the innermost perimeter circle of their base. They are letting me get away. Welcome to freedom, bitch. My desktop BIOS fried after an update. Couldn't recover it. I just got a Mac Mini and recovered all the power. Perfectly good gaming laptop.
CP, this is Zulu 7. We've arrived on the scene. Checking the area. Over. CP, understood. Don't let your guard down. Out.
This the guy who was car spotting me?
CP, this is Zulu 6. Spotted a suspicious individual. Going to check it out. Over.
That guy must be close. Oh!
Keep your guard up. Out.
He should have spotted me. Music is good. Can I use this to get out? No.
Do you copy? Come in.
Can I climb over here?
We have a situation. All units on alert.
They are giving you mercy compared to the older games. I just dashed out of cover a couple times fiddling with the controls, but it's fine. Ah, never mind. I spoke too soon. Oh my no! Oh! I've never seen that happen before.
Target confirmed dead.
Okay, well, we had one game over so far. Damn, I was really hoping to have some smooth continuity. Welcome to freedom, bitch. Wait, no, I don't think I killed anyone. I shouldn't say that. Rude. Hey, this is the wrong... I shouldn't be carrying this guy. I should slam him down on the ground. And this guy's completely oblivious. Yeah, why do I feel like Metal Gear Solid 3 is harder? Probably because I'm used to playing it on hard mode. Can I walk around at full speed around him? For a second I can, but not much longer than that.
You can now either interrogate him, knock him out, or kill him. His life is in your hands.
These interrogations are so lame.
Call them. Someone get over here!
I actually do a trick from MGS3 and just make her quieter through tranquilizer darts. Ah! He's looking at the impact. Can't see the target or my sights clearly with so much depth of field. The depth of field does seem somewhat counterintuitive when it comes to the first-person weapon sights. It looks very, very pretty in the cutscenes, but gameplay usage might be still a bit overzealous.
Pain is an illusion. Pain in the mind.
That's a tank. Oh, so with further retrospect, I'm not entirely sure that Metal Gear Solid 5 began conceptually. Can I tag it, please? As a Metal Gear Solid game in general. It was called Project Ogre. Before it was announced as a Metal Gear game and it was operating on code names, they had announced a codename project called Project Ogre. Very Battlefield-sounding concept. A non-linear open-world action game where the player could pilot a number of different vehicles and roles in a open-ended combat sandbox that would have had something to do with the banality of evil of the military-industrial complex. This was announced probably about a year before the Phantom Pain, which was not originally announced as a Metal Gear game, but as a spooky video game marketing bait-and-switch project, revealed as a Metal Gear game later. But I have been assuming that at some point in conceptualization, and that perhaps even for a very long period of its development history, Metal Gear Solid 5 was not intended to be a Metal Gear game for the first few stages of development.
Pain is an illusion. Pain in the mind.
Can I throw her in the back and drive out? You know what? We'll try it. These MGS5 and Ground Zeroes, we're all about open-ended sandbox experimentation here. So, Paz, just act natural. If they ask questions, let me do the talking. Alright, let's drive like a normal person, very slowly and carefully, and stop at the red lights. We're not going to be suspicious. It's too bad there's no turn signal button on the controller. Can I take the dirt road without alerting too much? It looks like they need to get a good look at me for like 5 or 6 seconds before they start to suspect something's wrong. This is just normal. This is normal Marine Guantanamo driving. Nothing to see here, folks. Actually, I think we gotta get out here. Uh-oh. Wait, how do I... Sound engine's glitching out. Oh, come on. Okay, so that's the second game over. Make sure pause doesn't blow you. Truck almost ran me over. Normal. Jeez, these loading times are fat. These loading times are faster than MGS3, I think. Oh my god, it restarted me with a way easier situation than... Yeah, all I have to do is,
That won't work, boss. Hide the target in a place they're unlikely to be found.
Oops. Okay, now isn't the music supposed to get really good at some point? I remember the music being very, very good for significantly longer amounts of time than it has been. Oh, does it depend on who I get first?
The RV's just a little further.
Maybe the music will get really, really good when I'm busting Chico out. Either way, that was not a very convincing run.
Great. You reached the RV. Go ahead and call the chopper.
I killed several guards. I raised several alerts. If this was a continuity in a movie, there's no way that the director would pick that take. Oh, it's supposed to, but you got paused before you were supposed to.
Mission info has been updated.
Want the flare grenade.
Use a flare grenade to call the chopper to your current position. Just don't forget you might put it in danger of being shot down.
Okay, we're gonna do this again, but in the proper order. Because we want that music, and we want hard mode. Hey, who's this guy? Why'd that guy come and take a look? Is the green smoke? Ha! Did that guy see the green smoke and just decide that it's fishy and should be taken a glimpse at? And then did he decide that the green smoke is totally normal? Did I not get it? What's the problem? Good thing I have unlimited of these. Oh. Oh no. Do I not have unlimited of those? Or did they put them away when the elevator comes?
This is Morpho. I have arrived at marker. Following SOP and we'll move to nearby LZ and stand by. This is Morpho. On station at LZ. Put the target on the chopper.
Oh man. Okay. I pressed the wrong button because I couldn't really tell the difference in the iconography between Y and B at as fast a glance as they want to be. How are these guys not hearing this? The screen is shaking violently. Helicopters in fictional media are also... Helicopters in Metal Gear Solid are hilariously quiet. So there was a guy climbed up the hill and took a peek. There he is. This guy. This guy. What are you doing? Woo! Yoo! Oops. Is he gonna be okay? This guy... Okay, he's unconscious, right? That's what that means, right? I've been doing that to a lot of guys, and I thought it means unconscious. Look at this. No camo. I can just belly crawl right here. We gotta turn on hard mode.
The targets are there.
Gotta turn on hard mode. Guard tower. I get that on binoculars. There's my X-ray vision. Boop. 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 I have 7 of those. Is the tranquilizer got bullet drop in this one? I'm not feeling too confident about the shots I put in the guard tower guy. But I think there's only 4 guys in this area. And I think they're placed in a way that you have perfect line of sight to tranquilize them all, so long as you tranquilize the guy in the back first. And there's no camo system. They got like Metal Gear Solid 1 tier vision range and tones, so long as I'm in the caution phase here. Let's try this again. Oh, there's 5 guys. 7 bullets, 5 guys. I think we should go from left to right. Either way, shouldn't they have spotted me by now? Look at this. Look at how right up in the open I am here. If I was playing Metal Gear Solid 3 on European Extreme, I'd not be able to do this. Anyways, left to right, let's go. This thing has drop. That was a headshot. That would have been a headshot if there wasn't drop. I think that the guard tower guy also would be asleep by now if there was no drop. That still felt pretty easy and overpowering even with the drop, but at least that thing has drop now. 24 meters. We got 24 meters of accurate aiming. Still feeling overpowered as shit. Is there anyone in here? No. I can tell by the audio this time. And I think Snake's fingers just dig into this barbed wire with, like, no problem whatsoever. So let's aim a little high. Yeah, got him. Oh, never mind. Snake's hands cannot dig into the... Wait, what was that? Can I climb on the roof and then pass the barbed wire? Yeah, there we go. Whee! What is that thing that keeps happening when I try to jump? Well, I'm out of tranquilizer. That never happens in the other Metal Gears. You know what? Just... What was it? Something like 15% of the prisoners at Guantanamo actually had evidence of being terrorists. Let's at least give the guys some hope. I don't know if unlocking the doors is going to earn them freedom, but we'll at least let them know what a victory looks like for the next few months. There's a proper role in the next game.
Another prisoner. Looks like he's alive.
Oh, wait a second. Can't you actually bring them with you on your helicopter? Also, this is the 80s. 9/11 hasn't happened yet. There probably is no great big terror cell of 15% of the Guantanamo prisoners being involved with. These are probably like, what? Sandinistas or something? Yeah, this is fine. We're allowed to bust these guys out of Guantanamo. Also, for those who asked, this game was relatively not shocking because of the Guantanamo prisoner shooting Marine stuff. Because the American public, they have no fucking sympathy for Guantanamo Bay guards. Like, the family talks I had with the guard were very much full of apologeticism and rationalization.
Chico.
Cuban refugees, probably drug runner. That's the idea. That's the plausible deniability. That's what Donald Trump says it's going to get filled up with again. Even then, if these are drug runners, they're going to be useful for Big Boss's private rogue state nuclear-armed cynicism nation.
Go away! Go away!
We're not exactly extracting the best and brightest.
Go away!
Chico, calm down. Calm down.
Do you think that MSF is type of anarchist government even though they seem to have a military hierarchy? Yes. Anarchist in the sense that they,
We have to get Chico out. Keep an eye
do
out
not
for
trust the
nearby
balance of
enemies.
power between large states. Oh, good music. Let me shut up. We're busting prisoners out of Guantanamo to good music. And also, Big Boss's political philosophy is incoherent and inconsistent. And that is consistently inconsistent throughout the messy prequel games, when I don't think Kojima himself had a very solid understanding of how to flesh out the character's villainy. But there is supposed to be some degree of villainy that the video game author Kojima is sort of understood to not
Your iDroid to call the chopper for pickup.
not want to fully commit to. Because in these games, even though Big Boss does horrible shit, he also ends up saving the world from something more horrible. Or just purple prose ideology, yeah. Pretension is always assumed with Metal Gear Solid characters. They're pretentious, costume-partied, idiot goofballs who think that they're big-brained geniuses. Man, I really hope I'm not gonna mess up the music with this stuff. No, I was trying to seek... We used to be a real country with a real role. Oh, that is good! Holy shit, that music is good! God, I wish there were people shooting at me and bullets flying right now.
CP, this is 207. The enemy got away. Starting a search now.
Oh, we're doing this again right after the credits roll.
Keep your guard up. Out.
Big Boss is already a villain by Peace Walker. He's taking contracts from communists and some dispatch mission already imply you're doing war crimes. Ah, damn. Oh, look at him blind firing at my last known position. You know what, buddy? I can do that too. Suppressing fire, motherfuckers! Yeah, don't go this way! Never mind, they decided to go that way! I can't pick this guy up, he's propped at the most annoying part of the rock. This is the kind of shit that should be happening when that music plays. Woo! Wait, how do I get out of here? Where's my helicopter grenades? Damn. I gotta go somewhere. Anti-air emplacement menu. Call helicopter.
A landing zone confirmed.
Danger low, yeah, right. That's a mercy.
Headed your way now.
Starting a search now. This is CP. Understood. They can't have gotten far. Stay alert.
Yeah, you're supposed to have a dramatic firefight as you escape The music is supposed to swell as it goes down. It's damn good reactive music. I really wish we could just hear the whole track play out, though. But, like, yeah, it's such a good track that you almost... what am I saying, almost? You want to get into a fight when that music track comes on. How much longer do we have here? If we got, like, 10 seconds or more, I might, go say hi to the guards to... Yeah, let's go say hi to the guards to get some cool music playing.
Arriving shortly at LZ.
Hello? Hello?
This is Morpho. Have arrived at LZ.
Hello? Hi. Yeah! Da 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 da.
This is Morpho. Reporting attack run and heading for nearby LZ. Don't keep me waiting. This is Morpho. In hot. Stay out of the kill zone.
Surprise! Woo!
Get on board as soon as I touch down. Making forced landing. Stand by.
Chico will go on first. Sorry guys, but Chico's the highest priority. Damn, this is awesome! This game kicks ass! Every bullet misses, just like watching a movie, I know! Yeah! Why is, like, the most problematic Metal Gear the most fun? That was legitimately great. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, Ground Zeroes. Let's watch the last cutscene and see the last time. Oh, we got a dramatic gunfight. We're escaping. Dun 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 dun. So, I'm sorry, can you guys imagine how different the world would need to be for you to wake up and read the news and read about a rogue foreign military, from American perspectives, helicopter, like, busting 4 prisoners out of Guantanamo Bay completely by themselves? How realistic and plausible that looked is still really impressive. How the hell they make that look like it makes sense when it's, it only makes sense off of ridiculously unrealistic stealth game logic is still really, really impressive. I'm gonna think about that for a while going to the bathroom and watching... Actually, I'm gonna let this cutscene play while going to the bathroom and reading the chat. I'll be right back. I don't think I'm as invested in the Metal Gear lore in regards to what happens during this part of the lore, and especially what happens during this cutscene, as I am for getting a beat on what might have gone wrong at this point. Because boy, oh boy, Ground Zeroes is good. It's not the best, but it's good. It's good Metal Gear stuff.
Snake!
Woo! Chat!
She's rigged. Damn it, we were set up!
We gotta get it out. No time for anesthetic. We have to open her now.
Hold her down. Hold her down! Keep her gun in.
So for those who are pointing out how Black Obsidian said, funny how people were already coming up with theories that predicted the MGS5 switch based on the Kiefer voice of the medic.
She's clean, I'm closing her up.
Yeah, well, I mean, with retrospect nowadays, this guy totally, absolutely sounds like Kiefer Sutherland, but in video game development and animation in general, pitch shifting voices happens all the time.
What's up, Huey?
They accurately called it, but I'm retroactively calling it a dartboard methodology.
And Zeke's on the seafloor along with a nuke. Everyone's got their story straight. The guided tour will be wrapped up by the time you get home.
Make me proud.
By the time they leave, I'll have the IAEA praising us as the poster boys for world peace. Out.
I wonder if the really crazy, convoluted lore of the prequel saga is going to make sense in a post-Pax Americana world. Think about that. The prophetic predictions of Kojima may have made games that seem incredibly convoluted and hard to understand unless the world's geopolitical situation radically, cataclysmically changes all of a sudden in incredibly unexpected, seemingly stupid ways. Because we have some hopes here, some genuine hopes at least from the people involved, that a nuclear-armed rogue state that is trying to act as a mutual enemy of both the Soviet Union and the US is going to be talked about and understood by the media as a force for world peace. So if a small, technologically advanced, incredibly militant state is founded by techno-billionaires within the next few years, and they are able to develop and maintain nuclear weapons, and use that as some sort of, use the feudal power of that situation and the amount of power and wealth they would amass over the help, which Military Sans Frontiers never really gets that concerned about. Maybe then this won't look as stupid. If we live in a techno-feudalistic future where small nuclear states that are run by incredibly pretentious billionaires who are stupid but think they're smart, if that happens, then you can say Kojima called it. If Elon, Bezos, and Zuckerberg all try to found their own countries on small islands in the middle of the ocean and call it something like Currency Sans Frontier, and decide that they need high-powered militaries and nuclear weapons to keep larger powers from invading them and taking away their power, then this stuff won't seem so stupid.
Give it back!
It might take 20 or 30 years for the silliest Kojima predictions to come true, but at some point it's like they do. Elon would call it X Island because he's lame like that.
Come on, start talking, bitch! Come on, get up and start talking!
Isn't that basically Rapture? Yeah, and Rapture, I think, was inspired by various libertarian billionaire wet dreams. There have been Arcology Island dystopia nations proposed by various rich people throughout the decades. Rapture was not invented in a vacuum. But I mean, at a few parts in real life history, that's not really that different from how real life feudalism worked, unfortunately. The thing to be afraid of in the coming century. If the balance of powers with the way the world's military weapons and tactics works are able to empower small circles of people on a small scale, then feudalism is something to expect and be worried about. There's a precedent there. The media. Okay, now which media are we talking about? I think we can't just sum that up in 2 words anymore, Kojima. Right, the media blamed money-minded private militias, but this is the 70s. Okay, there is no social media. Maybe it was more of a monolith in this context. Because when people were talking about how if this actually happened at Guantanamo, we'd never hear the news. Fuck that. Some idiot jarhead would have had their smartphone running, for sure. We live in a world full of smartphones, and the military is not full of the smartest people. Sorry, guys. They can give them as many briefings as they want on security clearances and keeping everything classified. That does not change the historical precedent for what has already and actually happened. The whole reason why Kojima has this game taking place on Guantanamo in the first place is because of leaked scandals coming out from the guards in 2004, was it? Yeah.
Your sacrifice will change the world.
The thing to fight against when fighting your, suspending your disbelief with conspiracy media is that in real life, conspirators leak the conspiracies. And, military secrets are surprisingly hard to keep in modern times. Other secrets, I'm sure there's some corporate and political secrets we still don't know. But if, like, a large-scale military operation happens, it does not seem feasible anymore to presume that once you're past a scale of like 80 guys involved, someone's gonna leak. Yeah, Russian. I love how angry George is getting about how wrong people are about Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes. One day I long for this to return to you. 2 to 3 weeks, buddy. I got it. It's been in the work for years. Pineapple queso. Wait, I'm angry. I'm angry, apparently? That's cute. Theme for Chico and Paz. Yeah, I'm on board with that one, Roller 42. Here's to you, Nicola and Bart. Cause it's a song expressing sympathy for what the public believed to be falsely accused communist spies, who were later on revealed to be communist spies, who later on became sympathetic again after further sympathy towards communist causes following 9/11, the post-Cold War world and the decline of American Western capitalism. So Chico and Paz are presumably child prisoners. One of them's revealed in the ending, the post-ending twist of the previous game to not actually be. What's the deal? How are we interpreting this? What is similar about Chico and Paz with Nicola and Bart besides the fact that there are two of them and that they're in trouble and got thrown in jail for ridiculous reasons? But in the Metal Gear Solid logic, the reasons get... Maybe the similarity is that they got thrown in jail for complicated reasons that involved a lot of secrecy that the public weren't allowed to know, that feature a lot of cognitive dissonance decades later. Wait, anarchists? Is that what they were busted for? Snake and Otacon turned themselves in for execution in the original ending of Metal Gear Solid 4. Right, so we're also working through layers. Ooh, money. We're also $10 donating because your work is my token. Because I love your work, my friend. I love your $10, Pineapple Queso. If anyone else is feeling, thank you very much. It is sorely, desperately needed. I gotta raise up slightly more than $100 over the course of a week, and I think I can do it. But if anyone else, has some donation messages or questions to give me right now through money, now is the time. If it's only $1, please do it anyway. They add up. It's no biggie. And this is the easiest way to shove a question right in front of my face. Sacco and Vanzetti were anarchists. I still remember from high school history, 2002. Eddie is pawing at my feet. He might need to go outside and go poo. That might take a few minutes. Victims of U.S. imperialism. That is something they do have in common. Yeah. Wait, hang on a minute. How much of a victim is Paz? Really? Love your MGS vids. Thanks for the $10, Sage 2001. There's an MGS vid in planning. Not production at the moment and not in research. But I'm working on a gaming history video that is big. It's extremely big. And after that, I'm going to be working on a Metal Gear Solid video that will be far more reasonable and should hopefully be out around about a month after the history video. Okay, Token Flip Guy donated $5. Do you think MGS will reboot or remake? I guess covering modern times would probably be insane as a Metal Gear game. I think Wildcard. Right now, remakes are going to be the more lucrative strategy. And I am crossing my fingers. I can foresee it being... I can visualize a convincing elevator pitch to one of the corporate bosses to remake Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. I would love it. I would love that. That's where I want them to go. Right now, remakes are going to be the more lucrative strategy, and that is a game that is where I feel the series begins. The series' narrative ambitions really come into their own there. They do begin. It technically begins with Metal Gear 1. But the artistry, the soul, the personality of the series, and the ambition that's always so impressive, even here in a more modern game like Ground Zeroes, is still ridiculously ambitious how it tries to be very aggressive and nasty, way more than the earlier games about U.S. imperialism and the military-industrial complex and what Guantanamo Bay and the prison on that chunk of Earth represent. Did I... yeah, $30 from Helmut Schmidt. Helmut. should give. Insert joke about Germans donating to third world country in reference to Trump being compared to an African dictator by Trevor Noah a while back. Which one did they compare him to? So I just got $30 of United States fun bucks, of coins with Bubba's face printed on it. There's a me and a friend of mine have been joking about leftist catastrophizing in recent days. Do you guys remember Walking Dead Season 2? There's some rural Georgia redneck who, in the post-apocalyptic anarchy, sets up a kingdom of Walmart. Uncle Bubba, king of Walmart, establishes a Walmart kingdom in The Walking Dead Season 2, and so I've just constantly been joking about how I'm gonna... Oh, come on. The post-credit phone call is not fun anymore at this point in the series, and that's how I think you can really tell something's wrong. Let me stop the fun train of thought I was doing and think about this one instead. Let me stop thinking about post-apocalyptic Walmart kingdoms.
In order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher?
Right, he's such a cartoon villain for how much more uncomfortably realistic the setting of the game is.
The language I speak.
Like, that setting of the game is aggressively digging right at what Americans should feel most uncomfortable about their empire. And very, very few games, even foreign games, were that aggressive about it, about getting the player to think deep thoughts about complicated real-world issues, and then this stuff happens. Absolute.
Not for you.
I don't think it's time anymore. At this part in the franchise, Metal Gear Solid 4 has already happened. Everyone knows that Kojima is tired of the comic book bullshit and that he's older and getting a little more introspective and serious, but they still have to hold on to some really, really cartoony, childish remnants from when the series was being made for 10-year-olds in the late 90s. President Samosa. Now I want samosas. Oh, if I get paid again and if the American economy makes sense, I should totally buy some Indian food with my video essay money if I can get a sponsorship on. Sponsorship! Camp X-Ray. Isn't that the actual real name? Yeah, they use, I think they use a name change in the actual game. It's like Black Site Nova, something like that in the game. 3460, no question. Best wishes to your mom. Take care, bro. 3460. That sounds cryptic. 3460. Let's do a Google search on that and make sure. And just get donated a secret fascist number of money or something. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is a trailer. A trailer for Financial Pain, Phantom Pain. The Freudian slip. I just got some money. I'm thinking about money. $30 is a lot of money to me right now. So, Metal Gear.
No response. Hit him again.
Metal Gear Solid 5, The Financial Pain. My God. Deceived and Left for Dead. My God. Fuck. 5 for like the 5th month in a row. Financial Pain. Different parts of the camp have different names. Camp X-Ray is one. Camp Platinum is the wicked secret part of Gitmo. Camp Platinum? The Financial Pain is the working class experience.
You would like to know how long?
I think we're looking at a very old version of this cutscene that might have been built to older console specs. Okay, I'm gonna walk Eddie, and then we're gonna do it again. We're not gonna do one of the extra missions either. I want to do the Ground Zeroes mission. The Ground Zeroes mission is great. It's like the last truly memorable. Metal Gear Solid 5 has Where the Bees Sleep and OKB0. Ground Zeroes is the last time I think a Metal Gear Solid game was fully built around one really solidly designed beginning-to-end campaign mission. Metal Gear Solid 5 was built in a different way. It was built modular. Ground Zeroes, the Discovery's got $25. MGSV Financial Pain is the modern reboot where Snake fights terrorists. I have made an appointment with the food pantry. I'm stocking up. I've talked to some people around here who are not taking it very seriously. I am preparing for a spike in grocery store food. And it would be scaring the shit out of me if I hadn't adopted, I think, this new mindset of preparation and preparing for the worst. I'm making my own bread. The poverty I have gotten used to in the past year has hardened me for what's coming. I am actually more prepared for a spike in grocery prices than I definitely was in the early 2020s. I'm ready. I'm not ready. I'm at least slightly better prepared. But I'm not going to be ready unless I have some of those giant burlap sacks of 30-pound bags of rice in the pantry. You don't feel like you live in the land of plenty unless you have a couple of those lying around. But I do have a big supply of flour and a nice ample time schedule to bake significant amounts of my own bread. I do have big sacks of rice, not 30 pounds of it though. Extra milk is frozen in the freezer. Extra jugs of water are frozen in the freezer. The water went down for a long period during the early pandemic in 2020, and because of the weird building I live in and how it's been taken over by very corrupt managers, they're not given the plumbing the degree of attention they should. Get lentils, do a Swabian stew. I should get lentils. Fried rice and beans incoming. Get ready for that bird flu. Yeah, cheese. In 2023, I didn't get COVID. I got something. The COVID test came up negative, but in 2023, I had some kind of flu-like illness that paralyzed my legs. I had horrible brain fog for several weeks after that, and I don't want that to happen again. I was going to get a COVID shot over this weekend, and it turns out they're not giving those away for free anymore in the States. They used to be doing that since the pandemic. Now it costs $110 to get a COVID shot. With retrospect, I should have at least asked if I can get a flu shot for free. I need to prepare. I really need to be better prepared for more emergencies. Regardless, and you cross your fingers and hope that you don't use this preparation stuff and that it doesn't get this bad, but so long as you do, it improves your mental health. And if your mental health is not prepared for the hits that happen, I'm unable to function, I'm unable to focus on my work. And I'm using that word unable with genuine earnestness. I've tried. It's like the body does not obey the mind. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't want to be like whimpering 20s. Oh, God. Rice and fried canned mushrooms with tomatoes, onion, and garlic and spicy sauce. Delicious. You know, the rice I think is gonna be good, but garlic and tomatoes are not as good a bet. Who would have expected that eggs would become prohibitively expensive? Jesus. Joking. I saw that message, Pineapple. I do not disagree, actually. I just didn't want to say it out loud. So, I got an SMG. I think I remember seeing that in the trailer. Got a rocket launcher. I guess we can use that for the vehicles. The Chico's tape is just going to be full of stupid nonsense. The lore is not fun. I don't remember the Ground Zeroes lore being fun. That phone call after the end of the credits was not fun. And the way that other Metal Gear Solid games end with a phone call after the credits was not the same way this one ended. I think it's... Skullface is talking about Cypher, and I blank. Whenever the word Cypher is mentioned, my... some prejudice kicks in gear, and I have a hard time taking anything being said seriously. Woo! I'm going to put on some music and get the... Maybe I should put the tapes going instead of the music. You know how in Metal Gear Solid 3, whenever I would take a break, I would, get codec calls going? Can I play all? Yes, we can. Okay. I'm gonna walk Eddie. I'm just gonna take him out to poo and back. I'm gonna take Eddie to go out to Pooh and back. And I will be chatting in text chat while I'm out there. And I will leave these cassette tapes playing so that some people watching this can get a refresher on the lore, because with all brutal honesty at stake, I'm not that interested in paying attention to the lore in this one. I am interested in getting another round going and playing that over again on a harder mode. It is a great, beautifully designed mission, a beautifully designed playable narrative. There is a sense of pacing that ramps up. There's a wonderful soundtrack going on, and it's really like, maybe not the swan song of single-player linear narrative mission design. You know, some good Wolfenstein single-player, some good single-player games still came out after this, but it's, with modern retrospect, really does look like a relic. The series, this part of the series is not nearly as close to my heart as the PS2 trilogy is, but you can still see in Ground Zeroes that there's a heart, there's a soul, there's ambitions. It's not quite completely exhausted with the kind of literal phantom pain that I think we're feeling from the phantom pain itself. And I'm wondering if the fans can actually have a nice little argument about this while I'm out. If I was not feeling the same ennui with Death Stranding. I did not fully understand the lore with Death Stranding, but I wanted to. I was having fun giving it a shot in a way that I was not having fun diving into the lore with the MGSV games. I feel like some of the energy that you can see here in Ground Zeroes came back a bit with Death Stranding. It was still a freaking mess, but I feel like I had some higher hopes for the grand narrative ambitions for gaming in general from Death Stranding in a way that I also might have gotten with Ground Zeroes, but I might not have gotten with the follow-up game after this one. There is still a balance between good story and good gameplay going on. That's the thing that's missing. And Phantom Pain, that balance is not there. There's a Phantom Pain. You are missing good Metal Gear Solid story design. The lore is a mess. A lot of the stuff they're talking about are things I just don't care about. But at least it hits you with a sense of pacing and direction that is very well in tune. It's very closely calibrated to the human storytelling, the timelessness of the human storytelling experience in Ground Zeroes. That's what's still there. Good pacing. Good pacing. I don't think video game stories had very good pacing after this game. Yeah. Alright. That's some improvised 14th impressions with retrospect that I'll leave with my mouth here. We'll keep talking. Oh, a $35 donation was $50 Canadian. That's what that means. Holy cow, the dollar's doing bad. Is the dollar doing bad, or is that out of normal? 34 US to 50 Canadian sounds pretty rough. Jesus. Woo! Alright. Oh. Take it. Okay, whoever said I forgot to play the tapes, you got me just in time. I was just about to step in.
Boss. Equipment is the bare essentials. Anything else will be OSP. The target location is a prison camp on a U.S. military base. Those Marines have the place locked down tight. Your only backup will be one extraction chopper. We can't send anything else.
You won't need to.
Again, this is infiltration, a sneaking mission. Your #1 priority is remaining undetected. Use discretion before engaging any guards you encounter. Be mindful of their sensory perceptions, sight, sound, smell, and pain. Fortunately, these atmospheric conditions will continue until dawn. That should provide you with some cover.
At least the weather's on my side.
Your mission objective is to rescue Chico and Paz. According to Chico, they're both being held at an old prison facility. Recon from the intel unit supports this, so it's safe to assume that's where they are. Once you've gotten them to the RV, call in the extraction chopper. I'll monitor the situation and offer guidance from here, but you'll be the one in the field. How you handle this mission is entirely up to you, boss. Snake, yesterday we received official communication from the IAEA. It says, it has come to our attention that your organization recently purchased nuclear fuel from Uzbekistan authorities. We request permission to inspect your facilities.
What a load of bullshit.
Yeah, they're after Metal Gear Zeke's nuclear warhead. I'm betting this is payback from Cypher after Paz's leak.
Using the UN.
There's no telling how much influence they have. But the IAEA can only do inspections in countries that are party to the NPT.
And we're not a country.
Exactly. We haven't signed a safeguards agreement with the IAEA over peaceful nuclear use, and we're not obligated to report any nuclear material we have, nor information about any nuclear facilities. The IAEA has no authority to inspect us.
But despite all that...
That nuke's our last line of defense. We don't want to announce we have it until the world is preparing to wipe us off the map. Until then, we let everyone think we're just a private army with conventional firepower.
What's Huey's take?
That the problem's how to hide the nuke in Metal Gear. But I gotta tell you, he was all for it.
I see. But there's no way we can have the IAEA poking around here.
So what do? Ignore them?
Send them an official letter of refusal. Say that we're a private organization and we've done nothing to attract this suspicion.
You got it.
We finished Zeke's waterproofing reinforcement yesterday. The day after tomorrow, we'll be done installing the main depth control tank, the compressed air tank, and the attitude control propeller pod.
Huey.
If the underwater test goes well, next week we'll try the 300-foot seabed depth.
Drop the act, Huey. How did we end up agreeing to the nuclear inspection?
Because after you sent that letter, I told them. After careful reconsideration, we agree to your request. And frankly, we should be inspected. This is our chance. If they come and go without discovering the nuke, we can tell the world we're clean. Of course, it's risky, and we'll have to make sure everything's perfect, but it'll be worth it.
Huey, can they do an inspection without going through the Board of Governors?
We contacted the IAEA's admin branch, and they said there's no record of us being brought up at any of the board's meetings.
I'd say probably a preliminary inspection to determine whether we should be referred to the board. So it's bound to be a small inspection team, and they won't be here that long. Don't worry, leave everything to me.
Has the media gotten wind of this?
Yeah, 2 major Western networks want to do stories on us. I planned on saying yes.
What? You want to broadcast this place to the world?
That's why I agreed to the inspection. This is a golden opportunity. We can use the media to prove to the world we don't have a nuke. Besides, even if we said no, it would just be delaying the inevitable.
Kaz, our hands are tied now. Start getting the place ready.
Thanks, boss.
Don't get the wrong idea. You've set it up so that any more changes of heart will arouse suspicion, that's all.
Zeke stays, but we'll have to move all other AFVs to shore. Any potential troublemakers can go with them for some mandatory R&R. Sound good, boss?
Just do it. About the inspection, what do we tell the men?
The truth. What else? The one thing we don't need to worry about is anyone here spilling the beans about Zeke.
Good point. What about the Sandinistas? There's still quite a few of them left on the base.
I hate to say it, but it won't look good having Soviet bloc personnel here. The problem is, moving a group that size in a hurry would look even worse.
At least Amanda's on assignment in Cuba. They'd recognize her. She should stay put for now.
All civilians save Huey will have to return to their countries.
Even your Parisian?
Of course. We'll get her whatever paper she needs. Dr. Strangelove's departure came at a perfect time. The less Zeke-related staff here, the better.
Wait, she left?
That's right. You were away on a mission. She left last week. There's nothing cooking in AI weapons research, and Zeke is complete. There was really no reason for her to hang around.
I'm surprised Huey let her go that easy.
Yeah, his crush on Strangelove was never much of a secret, huh? He followed her everywhere while Zeke was in development. Boy, would she get pissed. But he does have a lot on his mind right now. I've got bigger issues to deal with. That's what he said.
That's the spirit, Huey.
10 days ago, we got reports that Paz was still alive.
She survived.
She was rescued by Belizean fishermen who found her drifting in the Caribbean.
So what's the plan? Silence her before we're compromised?
No. I've got something else in mind. Our friends at Cypher suspect Paz could be a double agent. She's being held for interrogation at a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
Black site. Nice. A slice of American pie on communist soil, and out of U.S. legal jurisdiction.
The upcoming inspection of Mother Base has to be connected somehow. The timing's too perfect.
The UN's nuclear inspection.
My guess is they're trying to corroborate Paz's leak.
We're an army without a nation.
Word of our capabilities gets out, and we'll have the whole world out to shut us down. Having an American private intelligence agency involved's bad news. Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us in the first place.
She knows their true nature.
Right. Paz is our only link to Cypher. If she's still alive, we need her on our side. If not us, who else is gonna rescue that bitch?
When do we do it?
The inspection comes first. We'll deal with us afterwards.
Do the men know?
Word has started to spread. The information came from Cuba through Amanda. One of the base personnel used to belong to El Frente. I'll tell everyone we don't concern ourselves with the survival of enemy spies. We need them focused on the inspection. And if we get her back here and she isn't cooperative, there's still plenty of room for her in the ocean.
Works for me. What about Chico? He had a chance to stop Paz from hijacking Zeke and he blew it. He's carried that guilt ever since. Kid really did care about her.
Chico, it's hard to say how he'll react.
Have Amanda call him out to Cuba. He shouldn't be here right now.
Good idea. They haven't seen each other in a while. Little time with Big Sis and he'll forget all about you-know-who. What? Still no sign of Chico?
What's going on?
It's Amanda in Cuba. Our resupply package arrived, but Chico wasn't with it. Relax, Amanda. I'm sure he's just exploring Havana or something. First time in the big city. Could have gotten carried away.
Cos, wait. The boat Chico was on, did it stop anywhere before it got to Havana?
Yeah, it had to refuel at Santiago de Cuba. You don't think... Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me. He does this now?
It's 60 miles from Santiago to the prison camp. Chico used to cross the mountains with the older Sandinistas like it was nothing. He'll make that in 3 days.
Still, even if he does find his way there.
You know how reckless he can be.
Hello.
Chico thinks we've abandoned Paz.
How,
That's why he's doing this.
How long did we go on
for?
for?
Detachment in Cuba look for him. We can't let him be captured.
3-5. Chico vanishes. 1 minute. 2 minute. 1:20.
About the inspection.
3:20. 5:20. 6:20. 6:30. 7.
Your mission of
7:45. 8:30. So I walked Eddie for about 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Did we learn anything in that time? Let's hear one more of these while I
What's going on?
catch up and see if I give a damn.
Our resupply package arrived, but Chico wasn't with it. Relax, Amanda. I'm sure he's just exploring Havana or something. First time in the big city. Could have gotten carried away.
Cos, wait. The boat Chico was on, did it stop anywhere before it got to Havana?
Yeah, it had to refuel at Santiago de Cuba. You don't think... Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me. He does this now?
It's 60 miles from Santiago to the prison camp. Chico used to cross the mountains with the older Sandinistas like it was nothing. He'll make that in 3 days.
Still, even if he does find his way there.
You know how reckless he can be. Chico thinks we've abandoned Paz. That's why he's doing this.
We'll start by having the intel detachment in Cuba look for him. We can't let him be captured.
Yeah, I'm not. So, why should I, speaking from the perspective of a super duper hardcore Metal Gear Solid mega fan who grew up with this stuff and got very deeply emotionally invested in my formative years, why don't I feel a single ounce of sympathy or pull or draw to rescue Chico? I'm still not entirely... My memories are not super duper fresh on, like, who or what he is. Or why. There's also something about an inspection for nukes by an international force. Like, we're already operating off of such a weird situation that's not very realistic, that doesn't have a lot of very understandable real-world precedents. Any new player getting into this for the first time is going to absolutely be completely out of their breadth, but are they really genuinely going to have a good time figuring it all out? Ground Zeroes doesn't feel self-contained. It's like one of the least self-contained games in the whole entire franchise. A prologue demo game intended as a spin-off to get you hyped for a bigger game that may have been conceived as a different game entirely, that may have then gotten, like, sliced off and sold as a different product, depending on which fan theorist you ask. It's a hard act to make a big-budget sequel to a PSP game not many played. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's a sequel to spin-offs. It's, we're not exactly operating off of Metal Gear Solid 4's ending with Ground Zeroes. I was out of the loop. I had not played Peace Walker at all when I first played this. So even... they kind of lost me, and I grew up with it. I didn't have a PSP, I didn't play Plops, I didn't play Peace Walker until the console version came out in 2011-ish. And so... I'm at least one super duper hardcore fan that they did lose with some of the minor details of the lore here. Boy oh boy is it actually still a really good game. Alright, let's see what hard mode is like. And let's watch that cutscene again, because it's just so goddamn good. We have a camera that emulates handheld shaky cam effects, and also has a surprisingly complicated lens flare simulation going on. Like, the wind and the rain effects are all really intense. I remember a lot of wind in Metal Gear Solid 3's cutscenes, but not like this. Oh, also, I can't wait to find out what's gonna make it hard mode. Do the guards see further? Do I have less bullet time when I get spotted? Is the tranquilizer gonna be shittier? Does it have less ammo? Worse ballistics? Am I gonna have a limited supply of magazines? You see, I want to make interesting decisions when I play the game. If the difficulty's not high enough, I'm not making interesting decisions.
He told us everything. Don't worry, I kept my word. He didn't suffer long. Here. You earned it.
Oh man, look at how they have him lit.
How's it feel to play that?
The lighting is making an outline, a silhouette on his edges.
You're a real man now, soldier.
So Peace Walker was intended for younger Metal Gear Solid fans, which means that Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain was intended for those fans like 5 years later after they grow up. Which made it doubly weird for me because I had already gone through that cycle twice when it had happened. Or at least once. Twice maybe an exaggerate. Peace Walker was rated T. It was also, the nature of the handheld portable game console kinda sorta lends itself to a younger audience. They are usually cheaper than home consoles and, also more adaptable to maybe like a kid's daily life who occasionally has time to sneak off and play something that might be a little spicier for their age group. The way codecs worked in Peace Walker, they were cassette tapes. Those were meant to be played during your commute to and from school. You're meant to sit around and listen on your headphones to Snake talk about Santa Claus rather than sit at a TV and watch it with your eyes.
No.
So, I never really figured out... Oh wait, no, I did figure out. It's very weird how the Metal Gear Solid 5 games do long-form dialogue. I think you're supposed to be listening to them while playing side quests and random exploration stretches as a cure to the common complaint that codec conversations are too long in the real games. You're supposed to do something. From Peace Walker onwards, they've designed the biggest, longest codec conversations to be so ridiculously long that you might as well do something while listening to them, multitask.
Bad news.
And that's
Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us in the first place.
Why they made them extra long, and in some cases, comes with the territory, maybe extra stupid and extra convoluted for Peace Walker, because they go on for like... There's one involving the boss that goes on for, I think, 12 minutes. You are supposed to be riding a bus or a train, and you're supposed to be looking at the ground scroll by as she's saying that. Is it a laser? What is that?
Trojan horse is in.
So in Metal Gear Solid 5, yeah, you do your garbage side ops while listening to the tapes. In Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, you put the game machine down and look out a window at the world while listening to the tapes. I think I should get some coffee. I'll be right back. I have salad and coffee. Once I have both of those,
So who's the other target?
That would be Chico. He's being held in the same area as Paz. Last radio contact was 40 hours ago. Find them both. Bring them back alive. Enter the compound from the south cliff. Secure Chico and Paz, then report back from the rendezvous point.
I never played CGV, I only heard bad things. You should play it at least once. Just don't try to get super invested or try to 100% it like I did. If I hadn't 100%ed it, I might have more of a craving to pick it up now, but 100%ing the game has left me under a deadline for a video project, no less. Has left me with negative psychological associations with the muscle memory and the loop.
Fine. I like some alone time.
The fine action game at a weekend, just yeah. And for that reason, I do think it's worth a playthrough. Assuming that you like Metal Gear Solid means assuming that you like fine, good stealth action games, and it definitely is one of those. I 100%ed on PS4 and Xbox One. I'm not 100%ing it a second time. I might play through the campaign and some of those extra hard modes. I might even install some mods. I might get back into it one of these days, but right now I'm not feeling it, and this Ground Zeroes is satisfying the cravings pretty darn well. Because, like, this is good. This is like Metal Gear Solid 5, but with very tight direction, which is what Metal Gear Solid 5 is missing. Well, actually, that's not true. This is like Metal Gear Solid 5, but with way tighter and more polished level design. There you go. That's what Metal Gear Solid 5 is missing. I think of it as Far Cry done by Kojima. Yeah, I think that's what Project Ogre was originally intended by the nature in the first place. Can you imagine Far Cry 2, but by Kojima? I could. A depressing story about mercenaries chopping up Africa sounds par for the course for his chick.
Chico and Paz are being held in an old, unused part of the compound. Get inside and head northeast.
Okay.
Mission info has been
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight.
We're gonna go for Zero Continues.
If you ready your weapon,
I am allowed to drink, I am allowed to kill. I am not allowed to game over and continue for this run.
You'll move faster. What do you see? Press the call button to get more intel.
Let's see how long I can make it. I remember back in the day, I was able to hammer out some really beautiful Ground Zeroes runs. That, had some very good continuity. And very few visual mistakes. We're going for Chico first this time, too, to make sure that the music is going to be the best it's going to be. Oh, I'm excited. Why is my computer lagging? Oh, I'm nervous. Why is my computer lagging? It could be anything. There's a fan on Blue Sky who is offering to sell me some PC hardware. I need to talk to them as soon as this stream is over.
You can check the controls on the pause screen.
Hopefully I can buy some secondhand PC hardware at a good deal and just not have the stress in my gut. Jesus Christ, it does not feel good. Feeling it in your gut like that. Let's not do anything radically different for the first guard tower guard.
To climb an obstacle, press the action button. There's a guard up there. If you're going to eliminate him, use a gun.
Wait, no, hang on. Cause, didn't you see my method last time? CQC works too. There's a ladder. He won't hear you come up it. He's entirely vulnerable on his backside because, he has the hearing of a drunken anteater or something like that.
You can bring up
Oh no! Give them the options. Camera game settings, maybe? No. I am looking to get him shutting up. Please, he says things I already know. There was a big problem I remember in Metal Gear Solid 5.
Good look at the enemy
Through your binoculars. Shut! No, stop! I can't even talk at the same time as him without worrying about being impolite. Advice. Jeez, don't tell me there's no...
Marked enemies can be sensed when nearby, even if there's a wall between you and them. But it only works if you stop and take the time to focus your attention. This helps you maintain situational awareness. Try it.
I think Japanese gamers have a much higher tolerance than Western gamers for repeated audio lines. I don't know if you guys have noticed it. Maybe it's a language thing. Maybe it sounds more exotic when it's in English and they are not native speakers, but Japanese game design has always been really intense with the repeated dialogue lines, and it's a real turnoff for me. And games like Monster Hunter and Breath of the Wild,
Contact me if you need advice.
I'm just like functionally incompatible with it. I wonder why. It feels like the kind of thing more gamers should be complaining about. How am I the only one? Anyways. The menu repetition in Monster Hunter and Breath of the Wild kills me, and some of that sensibility comes out with the tutorial message repetition in Metal Gear Solid 5. And Japanese games in general have always seemed to be a little more enthusiastic about the, barked line that sounds exactly the same. Barked line that sounds exactly the same. Barked line that sounds exactly the same. English voice actors that were directed to speak... Get down! That were directed to speak very clearly and slowly. Some of that Saturday morning cartoon voice direction that Japanese voice directors give their English voice actors is very incompatible with the tonal places that the Metal Gear Solid series goes later in the franchise, and this is why I prefer the vocal direction of Metal Gear Solid 1 above all other games. Is it was done by a native English speaker who might have a better grasp on what it's like when campy English is spoken in serious contexts in children's media.
That rain just won't let up. It'll help you stay out of sight, but watch you don't get hypothermia.
I think there was a guy right underneath me. I heard some wet, sloppy footsteps. The detection system really is completely different, isn't it? Come on, there we go. And you. Sometime I'm seeing guards disappear when they're cold. Something in my computer's operating slower than it should be. That scares the shit out of me. Okay, Delicious Colors. I am also, like Peace Walker, prescribing that to the portable format. Portable gaming has been more popular in Japan in general, and faster loops of repetition lends itself to portable game design more than big screen home console game design.
You should move the bodies.
So the correlation between Japan and repetition does seem... Ooh, nice jump. Does seem to have some basis with the popularity, the greater popularity of portable games in Japan versus the West.
CQC is effective.
What?
You can now either interrogate him, knock him out, or kill him. His life is in your hands. Eyes open, boss.
Okay, now they're gonna wake up and call in an alert, right? Why do I feel like they're not? Why do I feel like they're either gonna despawn when I get to Chico, or they're gonna wake up and not care a whole lot about what happened to them? Shouldn't I have been spotted? Maybe they're going easy on me because I was belly crawling. Let's wait until it passes again before I go back out. And I think I'm allowed to get up and walk for a few steps. Go. It is a very satisfying stealth system, but it does feel... Oops. A lot easier. More room for mistakes. Who's spotting me? Who is it? Let's use the magazines. I have unlimited magazine. So I technically knocked those guys out. That was not a sleep. Someone... Aha! Did he... Yeah, he is investigating the magazines. Oh, no, stay down, stay down. Oh, there's pick-upable trank ammo. Can I get the tag? Do I have to binocular him to get the tag? Yes, I do. Go. There's a light shining on the ground here. Which light is it? Oh, they didn't give me a gun! Ha ha ha! Yes! So wait a second, a while back I knocked some guards out. I should take one of their guns just in case. I didn't even notice until just now. Alright. So, let's forget about the light. I think it's clear anyway. Where is that light coming from? Belly crawl feels really good. The connect the dots game you're playing with the stealth also lends itself well to a controllable camera system where you're always pointing the controller at the next dot you're trying to get to. But that's also why I don't, or at least became able to appreciate the older 2D camera more. Guard placement has changed. There was someone in that tower. They're not in that tower anymore. Or maybe they make it harder depending on who you rescue first. Like if you rescue Paz first, do they put more guards around Chico's cell? There can't possibly be just 2 guys guarding him, can there? Surely there's more. Let's use the magazine, see if anyone comes looking for it. Alright, let's aim a little high. I like the sensitivity on 3 better. That's too high. Seems like the hitbox is smaller. I gotta be more precise, and the dead zone is making it harder to be precise. Okay, so you hold down X to stay down. It's not A. Gotta make sure to get his gun, too, on my way up. Oh! Ooh, what? Where? Damn. Okay, well, no game overs. I gotta hide. There's no healing. I hide from time, right? Or I heal with, time that I'm hidden. The gunplay is feeling really good. Hidden? No, I don't want to reset their alert timer, or however it works in this game. Is he not? Okay, he did spot my head poking out. There should be Marines swarming in from every angle. I also like how you can gauge their distance by the volume of the voice compared to the microphone jammer you're listening to.
This is CP. Understood. Don't let them get the drop on you. Keep your guard up. Out.
Go for distance. Hug the wall on the left. I don't know how much of a camo system I can take advantage of, so I'd rather take advantage of shrinking my silhouette with distance. I gotta get out of here with Chico on my back, so those 3 guards have got to go, I think. Maybe I should have stayed up in the tower, but I wanted a silenced pistol instead of a loud one. I have 19 tranquilizer bullets left, and I think that'll be enough. I was thinking of staying on the ground to crawl past them and flank the 3 guards guarding the door to Chico's prison clockwise, but with that guy coming in from my left, I think I'll be better off going counterclockwise.
CP, this is Zulu 2. No sign of the enemy. We're calling off the search. Over. This is CP. Understood. Stay alert. Don't let them get the drop on you. Out.
If I think about it and then start thinking about the words I'd use to talk about it out loud with my mouth, it's really stupid how these highly trained US Marines who are wearing the, like, Iraq War desert camo getup give up the search after 2 minutes. They do not seem particularly interested in chasing you down and flanking you from multiple angles faster than you can react. But the visual on the screen, like, still looks kind of plausible. It just looks like they're cowards who are incompetent. Good, right?
Hey, you okay? What's going on?
Oh, look at how he was, like, sweeping over his shoulder just in case. So, like, when there's no big alert, they look like they're doing a better job than when there is an alert and they're just absolutely shitting the bed. Hey, I actually need ammo this time. That's actually useful. Okay, what did he do? He updated my map with ammo. Now it's starting to feel like I'm playing Metal Gear Solid 5. Ammo, non-lethal. Oh, he's telling me where tranq bullets are. Okay. Yeah, you can absolutely say what you will about where the story and lore and tone of the franchise are going to go from here on out, but the gameplay is impeccable. Yeah, got a better weapon. Let's dispose of these bodies more permanent-like. Staying on hard mode, don't want to make any mistakes. Been spotted once. Killed a few guys from these Marines who are very quick to forget and forgive. There's only one guy left guarding Chico, and I don't think he's going to be much of a threat. I think I can fairly easily climb over the guard tower. I don't think I have to pay attention to him at all. He's tagged on my screen.
That's a searchlight. That should be perfect for searching out the targets. Was that Chico?
Did you notice how the dialogue got me to very smoothly and cinematically look back? Where did the guard go? There was one remaining guard, I thought. Did he, like, despawn when the camera wasn't pointed at him or something? Oops. I don't know if, like, crouching down in the bush is actually helping me with no camo system, but it just feels right. How much ammo do I have? Only 30. Yeah, that ammo limit really changed the feeling of an alert phase in a gunfight.
Chico. Chico.
Oh no, I'm not delicious colors. I just don't want to get a game over for this part. Maybe I'll try to go for non-lethal European Extreme Perfect Stealth next time on hard mode too.
Get off here, please! Get off me! Get off! Chico, keep it down. Go away!
Now a different cutscene version. Yeah, so does the cutscene change from your order or from how stealthy you are? This time it's the prisoners are getting really loud. Last time I thought it was a combination of prisoners and guards getting Snake feeling like he should sneak out of here. I got in a loud gunfight to bust him out. Last time I got in a loud gunfight and died and restarted and busted him out quietly. It changes if you didn't get the prisoners out of their cell. Last time you got them out, so Snake got spooked by incoming guards. What awesome attention to detail!
I got Chico.
And Paz?
Not here.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Is Chico able to walk?
Hold on.
There's money!
You'll have to carry him out there. Okay, boss, change
$10.
Haul Chico over to the
Is my computer... No, please don't freeze up my computer. Maybe I'll be back in time. Love your work, but we need you back. Thank you so much, Pineapple Queso. You've been a great streaming buddy tonight. And all of these requests to get my work back are certainly easier to handle this stream than last time. I have gotten in a reliable work routine schedule for 3 weeks now. Now that I'm doing the boring, repetitive McKay! Where did that guy come from? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey! come onto the barrel, come onto the barrel. Come to the barrel, come to the barrel. Ah! Damn. Oh, fuck off. Okay, I'm going for the group CQC. Oh, that's it. I made a stupid mistake at the very end of the run.
Snake, talk to me!
Alright.
Snake!
Guess what we're doing now? Non-lethal, no trank, European extreme on the hardest difficulty. Ground zeros. No more alerts are allowed, no more tranquilizing is allowed. I would like to dispatch the guards, but no tranquilizing should be allowed. Excuse me, why can't I skip this cutscene? Why can't I skip this cutscene? Thank you. It's because you gotta press back.
Mission info has been updated.
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further...
That was really fun, by the way. Trying to desperately hold on to a bad run using every little... Oh my god! Well, you know what? That's non-lethal European extreme. That's a fail. Alright, we're gonna take it for serious this time. But yeah, I screwed up and failed and died. But that was still really fun, and I realized that all of the screw-ups were happening when I was narrating at the same time. If I was going slower, I don't think they would have happened.
You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area. What do you see? Press the call button to get more intel. If you ready your weapon while crawling, you can move horizontally left or right. If you do that holding the dash button, you'll move faster.
All quiet? Those new guys.
A ridiculously good microphone. Duct taped onto these binoculars, operating with full audio clarity in this storm. I could hear every little crumb of bass.
You can check the controls on the pause screen. To climb an obstacle, press the action button.
I was just realizing, though, that
If you're going to eliminate him, use a gun.
I don't know if the non-lethal European extreme no tranking is really going to be as fun in Ground Zeroes, because come to think of it, a lot of your tools
Now head east
and strategic options are kind of streamlined out.
target's location on your iDroid.
At least we get unlimited magazines. That might make things pretty feasible.
Position. Just don't forget you might put it in danger of being shot down. Take a good look at the enemy through your binoculars, and you can mark him. Marked enemies can be sensed when nearby, even if there's a wall between you and them. But it only works if you stop and take the time to focus your attention. This helps you maintain situational awareness. Try it.
I feel like a lot of the thrills I was having when playing Metal Gear Solid 1 with no radar are being acknowledged. Oh God! I'm just not patient enough when I'm narrating like that. This has reminded me a lot of playing Metal Gear Solid 1 without the radar. He just said you need to maintain situational awareness, and that's what I really like about Metal Gear Solid 1 without the radar, is that it becomes a very, very satisfying test of how well you can maintain situational awareness in conflict with the game's control and camera scheme. And it's like the system here is so much more intuitively designed around the loops of that challenge. You get a good eye on an enemy, and then you start predicting in your head what their next walking route's going to look like for the next 20 seconds. And you try to keep your camera focused on them as you sneak past them and then connect to the next dot of the next enemy you're sneaking past on an individual by individual basis. In Metal Gear Solid 1, you go through that loop by pressing yourself on walls, one wall at a time, through the whole entire game. And there are enough walls to make it feasible. The camera's always going to give you a good look at your enemy when you press against a wall. And weirdly feeling, even though the interfacing and control scheme are pretty different, it is weirdly feeling like the same gameplay loop as Metal Gear Solid 1 on extreme difficulty. And that it's like, get visibility, on-camera eyeball physiological visibility with the guard. As you slip in and out of their routine. And fighting for on-camera visibility, that's the thing. In Ground Zeroes, they're covered up by cover.
Mission info has been updated.
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay
It's like the rules of the Soliton Radar minigame are almost reversed. You're trying to maintain perfect line of sight with bad guys, one bad guy at a time. When the Soliton Radar is tracking multiples of them, you can keep your eye on more than one at a time. But here, it is harder, definitely harder, to approach more than one guard at a time.
Mission info has been updated.
This is an infiltration mission.
8th time's the charm. Let's go serious this time. I'm going to quit focusing on re-explaining my previous thought with ever more elegant verbosity, and instead actually play the dang stupid video game for idiot teenagers.
If you ready your weapon while crawling, you can move horizontally left or right. If you do that holding the dash button, you'll move faster.
You see the choppers? Who are they with?
It's me, man. Green Berets, SEALs.
Those ain't no jarhead birds, I can tell you that. Some paramilitary setup?
Some of the guys were saying.
Those ain't no crayon eaters, so far as I can tell.
Sure. To climb an obstacle, press the action button.
Tag. Tag! Fine, I'll binocular him. There we go.
Press the call button to get more intel.
I think the tagging detection needs to be a little more generous, please. Hey, if I'm doing...
There's a guard up there. If you're going to eliminate him, use a gun.
If I'm doing non-lethal, no-trank European extreming, maybe I should actually get Paz first? But nah, I want that music. The old magazine doink and reflex might work. Wait, can you knock people out with magazines? I think I saw that in a video once. I'm not gonna test it out unless I really need to. That's the improvisational joy of not allowing your spell.
You can bring up the target's location on your iDroid.
Okay, I'm not gonna try to sneak underneath this guard tower that keeps spotting me like I did last time. I'm gonna go through the camp. It's messy, I might have to knock a guy out. I'm gonna have to walk into some blind corners, but it seems at least more reliable than sneaking underneath the guard tower.
Stop and take the time to focus your attention. This helps you maintain situational awareness. Try it.
So, in exchange for more intuitive camera controls, we seem to, even on hard mode, have decreased the amount of guards that Snake's gonna be having to sneak past.
Contact me if you need advice.
Controlling Snake's head manually means that players might be more suited. There's more guards on hard mode. Nice. Means that it feels a little more weirdly restrictive for how much freedom you do have to point that camera in a certain direction. Thus, encouraging a kind of tunnel vision of being at one guard at a time instead of multiples. Oh!
That's a serious injury. It won't heal on its own. You'll need to treat it with first aid.
Alright. Give it another go.
Mission info has been
Magazine reflex knockout only works if you throw it right at their faces in reflex mode.
Use your binoculars to recon the area. Keep low. You can check the controls on the pause screen.
What is the deal? Do I just need to be doing a crouch walk to get past them?
Mission info has been updated.
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area. Keep low.
I think I remember wearing out my Xbox 360's analog stick pressure because of that hold right stick down to peak move.
If you ready your weapon while crawling, you can move horizontally left or right. If you do that holding the dash button, you'll move faster.
He's not talking about the roll, though. That roll I remember coming in very handy for high-level Metal Gear Solid 5, the Phantom Pain play.
To climb an obstacle, press the action button.
Whee! Hey! Oh, this is a patch. Which, oh my gosh, come to think of it, might as well be completely invisible Yeah, I did not know. Wait, what? Okay, this is some kind of Easter egg. I remember triggering this. I triggered a hidden Easter egg cutscene accidentally, where they're poking fun of the roll and the arbitrary implausibility of these XOF patches. Yeah, I think I remember reading in a guide that if you roll around a lot, it falls out of his pockets. That's what that was.
Press the call button to get more intel. There's a guard up there. If you're going to eliminate him, use a gun.
It's been 10 years since I've seen that cutscene, but I think I still vaguely remember what was going on in that cutscene.
On your iDroid.
We're going for tower this time. I mean, last time, walking through the muddy tents did nothing. So, in the interest of keeping things a little more varied, we're gonna slowly crawl underneath the guard tower in the intervals where the spotlight's pointed the furthest away. Also, in the interest of non-lethal European Extreme, no trank, non-lethal, no fun mode, I don't think I can really risk saving any prisoners other than Chico. It's my time to crawl. I think I just saw it move, though the glare is still pretty intense.
Contact me if you need advice.
People were making fun of the glare back in the day, but it's genuinely useful for being able to tell what direction these lights are pointed at. Like, making sure that that's in the corner of the screen. It almost works like a UI feature. You can put it in your peripheral vision. Yeah, the glare shrinking means it's time to move. The glare growing means it's time to stay still. Oh, look at that! There was a pile of sandbags I didn't even know was here. Maybe that's why the guard tower was not spotting me. There's also an audio cue. Get down, you goober! So, I'm still quite a little bit unsure on when you dive, which button you hold down to stay down. I wanted a little bit of a speed boost, but it looks like I wanted too much of a speed boost because it was too fast and got me spotted.
Mission info has been updated.
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area. If you ready your weapon...
It's also funny that there's a sound of a lens flare, but it's gameplay. It's a video game. It's not a J.J. Abrams movie. It is being used for a different purpose. I'm sorry, gamers, but art's a little more complicated than just pure imitation. Yeah, I remember laughing in 2004 about how lens flares had a sound. And you know what, to be fair, I think I did laugh at it just now. But that's important for the player of the game! You hear the sound, that means stay quiet. It means, scrunch up, hide, shrink into the bushes. You can carefully maneuver the camera to keep that giant glare of a lens flare in the corner of a screen, so that way you can keep your camera pointed at another threat. Yes, it's a ridiculously large lens flare. It's comically large, but that's kind of the point. You're in control of the image a hell of a lot more than you are in J.J. Abrams, and it is there to show you a scary video game obstacle you want to pilot your character away from.
Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area.
Another thing to keep in mind is that I'm playing this on a PC monitor in high resolution. This is a console game designed for console players who might be playing at a lower resolution and at a farther distance from the screen. The bigger and more obvious the details are, the less you have to squint or think about them under that school of game design, the better. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Roller, you got it. You could make a whole video essay about that statement.
Press the action button. There's a guard up there. If you're going to eliminate him, use a gun. What do you see? Press the call button to get more intel.
Hey, how did that happen? That was different than usual. Okay, really gotta look before we leap. I'm not gonna give this too many more attempts, but I am interested. I really enjoyed this tonight. Who was it who suggested? Delicious colors?
You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area. What do you see? Press the call button to get more intel. If you ready your weapon while crawling, you can move horizontally left or right. If you do that holding the dash button, you'll move faster.
So, I walked into this Metal Gear Monday with no plans.
Keep low. You can check the controls on the pause
I thought that I'd be playing some 8-bit Metal Gear, and also get back to work on my no game over, no continues allowed, normal extreme run, where I'm allowed to use the tranquilizer and allowed to kill guards, but not allowed to game over. This is probably more fun than what I would have been doing otherwise.
This is an infiltration mission.
Even restarting every time and going through the same routine over and over again doesn't feel that bad, because just your basic movement is so satisfying. There's fun little mini games to play as you're moving through. Fun little mini games to play with getting your character looking cool, tagging as many guards as possible on the way. Looking before you leap always seems to yield something. And I just want to see if I can get through this guard tower as like a little player-driven goal. Not the guard tower I'm looking at, but the next guard tower I keep getting spotted at and having to retry.
To climb an obstacle, press the action button.
I was looking at the chat when that happened. Hate playing is easy. Actually poking into the gameplay systems and peeking under the hood is far more fun. See, when Roller42, when I first saw that message, I thought, in the peripheral vision of my eyes that was split up between the game and the message, I thought you said, I hate playing on easy mode. Actually poking into the gameplay systems and peeking under the hood is far more fun. I thought that was a reference to bumping up the difficulty mode, because that's kind of sort of how it works anyway.
If you ready your weapon while crawling, you can move horizontally left or right. Dash button, you'll move faster.
Another dynamic going on here is that playing a game for a review, for criticism, is quite a different mindset. Playing a game that you've also played a billion times before and know the ins and outs of is kind of a different mindset. If you've been away from it for 10 years and are coming back to it, it feels like I can appreciate it a little more, because all of the uncertainty and stress from back then is gone.
To climb an obstacle, press the action button.
How come these guys spot me and sometimes they don't? It's a matter of time, I think. How much time I'm waiting to give them. Hey, I think I took a different route this time? I did. I did take a different route this time, so maybe routing concerns are also coming into play? I hope you play more of the oddball MGS games. Metal Gear Solid games. Metal Gear Solid is great, but you have played it like 15 15 weeks in a row. Yeah. I think if there's like one... If there is any definitive signifier that Metal Gear Solid 3 is the favorite, it should be the fact that I have kept it going for 15 sessions. Maybe even more. I don't even know. I have not counted. I have not kept count. When I was thinking about any game to play for Metal Gear Monday, that's the one I'll come to. I'm not even that tired of it at this point.
Take a good look at the enemy through your binoculars, and you can mark him. Marked enemies can be sensed when nearby, even if there's a wall between you and them. But it only works if you stop and take the time.
Okay, so the last time I got spotted, it was because of guards on my left. I should use the magazine. He's already on a path where he won't be intersecting with me for a while. Paying good close attention to the smallest details of this lens flare and the searchlight movement animation is going to be important, and so is getting them tagged ahead of time. These guys on the left, where are they going to be? He's moving it now. Lens flare is still pretty big, but it does shrink when he moves it to his right, my left. Oh, it's pointed right at me and it played a noise.
Contact me if you need advice.
Am I hidden here? Can they see me through this? In Metal Gear Solid 3, I'd be able to know what the camo index if I'm hidden or not. Here, I'm just nervously gritting my teeth, and that's actually kind of awesome! Can I tag that thing, please? No? Can't. Okay, what about guys on the left? Can I see anything? I hear him. Playing a game to critique it is a different mindset. Why I have a hard time watching most people talk about games. Everyone feels they are the cinema sins of games and just looking for things to complain about rather than see the totality of the design. Games are so much more complicated and have such a different experience depending on absolutely small minutiae of your entire lifetime's worth of experience that I feel kind of the same when I consume criticism and reviews these days. For example, Civ 7 just came out. I read an IGN review that was talking about how... Did I just shut up, actually, and pay attention to Metal Gear? The IGN review said that Civ 7 is kind of mediocre right now. 7 out of 10. Interesting ideas, but the interface is cumbersome, performance is spotty. And then the IGN reviewer basically said, this stuff will probably be patched over the months. Just give it a while. And that does not seem very interesting to me. I've heard that before. Heard that so many times before. But it also makes me wonder if there is anything truly interesting to say about Civ 7 right now, while it is in a ostensibly incomplete state. Whatever interesting ideas the game developer wants to convey with that game are probably not going to come through for a while. Secondly, there's also a matter of, like, playstyle and preferences, what you're looking for out of the game, whether or not that's really in tune with what the game developer wants you to get out of its game is a question. Okay, this is just a bad route. I have concluded that that's a bad route. How much time do we got? It's 11:30 right now. This will be the last attempt I'll give it. I'll try to go as long as possible. In my new plan, what I have learned from all of those retries that were not necessarily that frustrating to retry because it seems like there's so much finesse to your movement system that I might have been able to slip through one of them. I'm not going to take that route. I'm going to take a different route. I'm going to go for maximal distance. between me and guards. Not necessarily getting close to guards that are patrolling from relatively cumbersome vantage points, like search tower guards. I just don't want to be around guards in general. And I believe that if I look at this map, which I have been underutilizing, I will find some spots of dead ground in this area, which might actually necessitate me going after Paz first instead of Chico, unfortunately. If I hang left, go through the muddy tents to the left. Which way is north? That's north. So it's west. If I hang to the left, I can probably get Paz peacefully, but the music's not going to be cool. If I hang to the right, guards patrolling, then a search tower blocking the way. I gotta, like, go through the middle of the base and expose myself on both left and right sides, I think, to take the least trafficked, least populated route. Vulnerable from both sides, but I technically will have a distance advantage. A little bit of speed. Nah, let's hide behind the rock. Okay, so while I'm hiding, Delicious Color says, that's kind of why I always enjoyed your content. I feel like you haven't done that. However, I absolutely feel like my mind has gotten to that place. Not out of, I swear, any deliberate decision I made to do it. I don't like when my mind is in this place. My mind was in that place for a lot of reviews in the middle of the channel's history.
Press the action button.
Breath of the Wild is a game where the deadline affected my enjoyment. Metal Gear Solid 5 is a game where the deadline affected my enjoyment, especially when I was 100%ing it later.
Going to eliminate him. Use a gun.
The Sexy Brutal. Even games that I really enjoy, I remember just feeling stressed out. And I have a negative psychological association with replaying them again.
Now head east to
The Sexy Brutal, for example, is a game that I remember very well, but I also remember making that review and panicking and stressing and cursing at my computer whenever it was slowing down and breaking.
There's a wall between you and them. But it only works if you stop and take the time to focus your attention. This helps you maintain situational
Alright, I'm exposed on my left and right, however... Cars on the way. I might have... Oh, no, let's go down. Wait for the car. I might have a good vantage spot on choking these guards out. And that should give me the safety of movement that I otherwise am looking for by sticking to one of these flanked, or flank-proof routes on the left or right edge of the map. Did I just walk through the road I'm looking at like my camera 11, camera 12 o'clock?
But watch you don't get hypothermia.
Okay. Anyone in the way here? It feels so organic and intuitive when you do this, scope the route out, tag the guards, and then dash into the little blob of terrain you were looking for. Such a good feeling. Oh, that guy's looking in my direction. So I will have to wait for him. I don't think those guards on the distance are a problem. I don't think the searchlight behind me is a problem. What's this? What's this? Who is that? Is that the guy on the ground? Is that a glitch? Is that just a straight up glitch? This guy, I don't think, should be able to see me over the roof line. That's what you want to call it, I'm guessing. A roof line. I'm hiding behind a roof line. We got some kind of armored vehicle moving around in circles. And I think there are 3 guys, only one of them tagged right now, but I think there's 3 guys patrolling in the tents in front of me. Magazine might bring someone out. Shut it, dude! You're gonna get me exposed. Aha, there's one. Gotcha. Yeah, it feels like I'm sniping, but it's like, I'm not killing anyone. I'm not pointing and clicking on bad guys, but I definitely climbed up to a elevated position, and I feel really mischievous. I feel like definitely feel like one incredibly inconvenient, sneaky bastard up here. I'm not causing literal damage. I'm like plotting out future damage. This is such a good gameplay loop for the stealth act. Yeah. There are 4 guards at the helipad. I don't think I gotta worry about them. It's the guards patrolling through the tents that I'm so very worried of. Let's get him looking the other direction. Hey. Someone said, huh? And it was not the guy I was worried about. Someone who I don't have tagged. Haha! Hee. There he is. Come on. Come on. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Yeah, I'm like having a sniper duel with him. Come on, poke out of cover, you asshole. He doesn't even know I'm there, but I'm... There he is! No! Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, that's it. I'm calling the stream for the night, but all of those runs were fun. It felt like a fair mistake. I keep getting spotted at the apex of some ambition curve. It feels fair whenever I get spotted. I've replayed this a bunch of times, but it was fun every time, and it felt fair every time. I didn't even get that far every time, which means that when I do actually beat the mission with no continues, it's going to feel amazing. I am having to peel myself away from this to put it down. I think we'll continue on with this next week. I'm going to try to work out a non-lethal, no trank, no continue route. European hard mode route. European Extreme doesn't really apply for Ground Zeroes, and no continues will convey the same thing regardless. The game over screen comes and goes in a jiffy. You can restart in a snap. This is really good stuff! I really forgot how good that game was! For how, silly and wild the lore at that period gets, the quality of the product is just reaching an absolute mirror sheen. So much so to the point where with retrospect, 10 years later, we can now say that, like, this is peak stealth gaming and it never actually got better than that. Wow! What a series. You can play these games over and over again every week for an entire year and barely even scratch the surface. And also come back with, maybe not necessarily new insights. It's not like I'm saying anything radically different than what everyone was saying back then. But at least, like, a newfound appreciation for the dynamics at play, the sacrifices that had to be made to get there. And that what we lost, ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, with all the other games in this series that I've been playing, may still ultimately not have been worth what we gained. For more elegant, intuitive gameplay, we lost some very interesting problems to solve when fighting older systems of visibility. And that affects guard placement. It affects how many guards you're sneaking around at once to ultimately have less of them in this game. I don't know if I am ever going to be able to feel like I'm really sneaking into a Marine, a U.S. military industrial complex, over budgeted, no qualms with what's evil. So much confidence in the power of the state that they have no qualms with what they're doing there. Those Marines are not a threat. The security on that base is extremely lightweight. It feels weirdly easier than the previous games, but almost more like a different kind of challenge that I am just as interested in digging into. Yeah. So we've lost difficulty. The difficulty ceiling, even though that was hard mode and I was replaying a bunch and don't know how to get to the end of it, it seems like I was butting against a less intimidating wall than when you turn off the killing and the tranquilizer and set it to Euro Extreme in Metal Gear Solid 3, the first few guards will cause you to rethink the way you understand the game. Whereas in Ground Zeroes, bumping things up to that level just felt like I was having to drastically intensify my understanding of the game, not necessarily fundamentally rethink it. That's a little disappointing to see, but it's also kind of inspiring to see that some of the thrills of older high-level Metal Gear games are boiled up to the surface in Metal Gear Ground Zeroes. Maybe there's something going on there with the mainstream gamers saying they appreciate this style more, is that it feels more like high-difficulty old Metal Gear games. The highest of high difficulties might not really be there, but some of the thrills of like using the subtleties of your eyes and ears to track enemies one at a time as you go through an area with slightly cumbersome camera controls to keep your eyes focused on them is a much more relevant, pressing problem in Ground Zeroes that less experienced, less high-level gamers are going to be able to enjoy here. For that reason. That's really interesting. Whatever kind of thrills I was having with playing Metal Gear Solid 1 on the highest difficulty without the radar, and what that did to change the rhythm of the loop, that was what playing normal difficulty Ground Zeroes felt like. The difficulty is gone, but the versatility of the gameplay got cranked up. There was still some difficulty there, some satisfying difficulty. I was not able to beat it on normal mode elegantly without getting into a few fights. I don't think I was very interested in ghosting my way through there. But boy, oh boy, like, it's going to be a very satisfying, very difficult challenge to figure out how to ghost Ground Zeroes. And the run, when it finally happens, I bet that run's going to look really cool. I would love it if I could, like, re-edit the final successful run into a more visually beautiful continuity with the music swelling the whole time. Maybe next week we'll be able to play something that'll kind of look like that, but definitely will feel like it. That was fascinating. That was pretty good. And 16. And I got some pretty decent donations too, so I've got a little less financial stress to worry about as I go ahead. I want to promote the Super Bunny Hop Twitch stream again one last time before I wrap up. We're watching Twin Peaks in the Super Bunny Hop Discord. I wanted to promote the Super Bunny Hop Patreon Discord one last time before I wrap up. We're watching Twin Peaks again, season 1. I just read the novel. I want to rewatch through it. I'm doing clip media gathering. I have a giant list of 477 clips to gather. Video essay work when you're doing it alone is Herculean, but I now think I have a system that is pressuring me into doing it. It doesn't exactly feel fun, but it at least feels way more viable to get me to force myself to do this. And I feel so excited and wonderful that my work will be out on the stage and appreciated again. And it's already kind of happening with these streams. Yes, if anyone watching this has $10 to spare and you like my stuff and you like my parasocial personality, definitely consider the $10 Patreon Discord a go. I am in there for anywhere from 4 to 6, sometimes even 8, 10, 12 hours a day, gathering up the JPEGs and PNGs that slide across the screen in your video essays. As it turns out, there are 477 of those things sliding across this video essay, and that's I'm halfway through gathering them. That means I still got 2 or so more weeks to go of that, and I will be hanging out with fans watching Twin Peaks. I probably won't be a great conversation partner because my attention will be split between the work, but I'll still be talking about geeky video game bullshit, and that's what the customers want, right? $10 might be too high for me until I get a better job. See you then. But that's the idea. If $10 is too high for you, please don't. No shame. This is the business model is appealing to fans with disposable money who can separate that with no major consequence. If not, this is not the kind of, you definitely should spend your money on something more important. As should I. I am gonna be back for another free stream Friday. Maybe I'll play chess. But next week we are playing Ground Zeroes for sure. That was a lot of fun. Thank you all for showing up and participating. Even the talk was great. That was good stuff. I'll see you all again for another exciting episode of a Super Bunny Hop Super Sad Poverty stream on the next Metal Gear Monday.